Franklin County Commission's now in session for this regular meeting Wednesday, July 1st, 2026. It's good to see you all here this morning. I'm going to get started. Commissioner Amison, can you lead us in the prayer and pledge this morning, please?
Heavenly Father, we come to you in prayer today to ask you to keep your guiding hand upon us as we make decisions for this community, for this county. We also ask that you keep a healing hand on those that need it at this time. And we also ask, Father, that you keep a protection over everyone on this busy week as the holiday approaches. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Morone, are there any things that needs to be amended on the agenda that was published?
Good morning, Commissioners. No, there was an item I added about 3 o'clock yesterday to my report. It's in reference to clearing a road. You could consider that late. It was past 12 o'clock yesterday, but either way, sir, I'll leave that to your discretion. But otherwise to that, no items, agendas.
Is it something we're going to take action on?
Yes, it is,
Okay.
sir, hopefully.
Then we probably need to have a motion to amend the agenda. It was after 12.
Motion to amend, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
I'll second.
We have a motion to amend what Mr. Morone has mentioned here this morning that was added to after 12 yesterday by Commissioner Sanders. It's been seconded by Commissioner Amison. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That's unanimous. So the motion, the agenda as it's been published and amended is good to go. Now we're going to move to public comments. Ms. Laney Collins, you're up first. Please come forward, state your name for the record. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Lonnie Collins. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I have several questions regarding development transparency and the future of Franklin County. Okay. Number one, can the board provide an update on the current status of the proposed landing at St. George Island project? Specifically, what approvals have been granted and what approvals are still outstanding? Number two, has the county received any new applications, permits, or development requests for the Serenity Seaside Resort at 186 South Bayshore Drive in East Point? If so, where can the public review these documents? Number three, will all future applications, engineering reports, environmental studies, and staff recommendations for these projects be made readily available to the public before public hearings? And number four, how is the county ensuring that the comprehensive plan and land development codes are being followed as these large-scale developments are reviewed? Number five, what opportunities will citizens have to provide meaningful input before final decisions are made? And number six, how will the county evaluate the impacts of these projects on evacuation routes, emergency services, infrastructure, water quality, wetlands, and the character of our community? That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Mr. Mason, were you wanting to speak now, or when are you wanting to speak? You didn't highlight that. I'm sorry.
Just a few comments.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Good morning. I had an action-packed agenda, and I see where all the department heads have put in a great report of all they want to do. And I'm sure because they're so active, they're going to want some more money. My only thing is that you got the school board here want more money, sheriff want more money. You're getting ready to raise the bed tax, I see. Just challenge them and try to maintain the budget. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. And I'll skip back to my things that I've skipped. We also need to approve the minutes and pay the county bills.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, Ms. Shannon, you're here on behalf of the school?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am Shannon Venable, Chief Financial Officer for the Franklin County School District. I'm here on behalf of Superintendent Stephen Lanier and the school board. I'm here to respectfully ask for your approval to place the school board's district's 1.0 operating a referendum on the November ballot so the people of Franklin County can decide whether to continue supporting this important funding. Franklin County voters have supported this referendum since 2008. It provides about $4 million each year to our schools, with almost 30% proportional funds going to the Apalachicola Bay Charter School. These dollars help us keep great teachers and staff and provide the opportunities our students need to succeed. This is not a new tax. It is simply a renewal of funding that voters have approved for many years. The timing is different because state law now requires these renewals to be on a general election ballot. Approving it this year keeps the funding in place without interruption. It's also important to know that the school board lowers the capital outlay tax by the same amount, so this does not increase the overall property tax burden. Your approval today simply allows the voters of Franklin County to decide whether to continue investing in our students, our schools, and the future of our community. Thank you for your time, your partnership, and your continued support.
All right, Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, just real quick, Ms. Venable, if you could answer, this again, as you said, is a tax we're already paying. It's just to re-up it. There was no sunset on this, but the statute changed. Is that correct?
That's correct. In the past, the school board could hold a special election outside of the general election, and we're no longer allowed to do that. We're required to put on a general election, which changes the timing.
Okay. And so this will be good. If it's tentatively voted by the voters, it'll be good till 2028. Is that correct?
2032.
2032?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. As long as no other commissioners have questions, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
So we do have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion?
Yes.
All right. All right, go ahead, Commissioner Cruz.
I spoke with Attorney Schuler, had some questions about it, so I'm going to abstain from voting on this.
Okay. Yes, sir.
If I may, yes, I've consulted with Commissioner Curtin. He is an employee of the school district, and in my opinion, he should abstain from voting.
Okay.
Staff will prepare the necessary report
Okay.
for an abstention and have it signed it within, I believe it's a 15-day period.
I also thank you for that. I also think, unless I'm reading it wrong, that the governor just signed into law, this will be the last time that the school board ever has to ask the county to put something on a referendum. I think that they can do that through the school board now, going forward into next year. Anytime they need anything put on a ballot referendum, it does not have to come in from the county anymore. I believe that's the way it reads. That's something that'll become law today, I think. But it's not for today, it's for the future. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank
Anything
you.
else, Ms. Venable?
Thank you. That's
Thank
it.
you. All right. Is Mr. Renee Brandon here, or she attended via Zoom?
Actually, she just texted me she's having to cover dispatch. So
Okay.
Erin, I'm going to ask you to jump in on this because she's done this before.
Okay,
She's paying attention to me.
If she
paying
is.
attention. Maybe she's not. I'll tell you what, let's come back to this when Erin's
Okay.
doing her report.
Wait a minute.
It's standard. I just like Renee available to you, commissioners, to answer any questions you may have. But Erin said it's pretty standard, okay?
okay. So going forward, you see there are director's reports. Mr. Neighbors didn't have anything for action, did he, Mr. Morone?
He did not, but I have something on my report, that late item actually,
Okay.
Commissioner, that I would like to bring up during that.
Well, let's go ahead and do that. Before you do that, I'll remind the public that before we take a vote, we will be calling for public comment because it's late ad. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. And Commissioner Ward, you feel free actually, Commissioner, how about I just let you take this because they did contact you yesterday and you could explain. I'll jump in whenever you need to.
So I was contacted yesterday by a resident who's trying to clear some of his own property to build some homes for some people in our community. And there is a county right-of-way there. It's a cul-de-sac. It's a county, it's a platted subdivision, and Attorney Schuler, chime in if you feel like you need to. But basically, the county would have to cut a road in so that those individuals would have a way to get into their homes. But this individual offered to do it at his expense, which I think is great for the county. It saves the county money. The only thing that he needs and requires, according to our attorney, is permission from the board to do so. The only request he has is once the road's cut through, to put some road base on it so that the residents can drive to get to their home. So again, it's something that the county's not having, it's a lumber company that's doing it. It's 600 feet of distance is all they're doing. So the county would, again, have to do this at their expense, at our expense. But this gentleman's offering to do it at his expense with the only request that the county put the road base on it. Again, it is a county platted subdivision, right? And a county platted road. So it is a county road. And Attorney Schuler, if you want to chime in.
So will we maintain that once it's done?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner. Commissioner Ward contacted me yesterday regarding this matter. There is a recorded subdivision plat. The name of, so turned it off instead of turning it on. Sorry about that. In 1979, Sandy Acres Unit 2 was recorded in the public records of Franklin County, and in the dedication, will not read the entire dedication, but it says that the owners of the property, and in this case the company the bank that held the mortgage on it, the dedication of the streets and easements to the perpetual use of the public for proper purposes. In my opinion, that means that it is a county dedicated road and not private property, and the board can build the road or not build the road. That's at the discretion of the board. The ask this morning is to allow the property owner to clear the right-of-way so that the county does not have to clear it. I did speak with Mr. Howard about this yesterday. He's indicated that they've told him they're going to pull up the stumps from the trees that are going to be removed. I did not have the understanding there's a lot of stumpage, but he said even if they don't remove the stumps, he has the ability to pull the stumps out with the excavator. The one thing that Mr. Howard wanted to make sure of is that once the right-of-way is cleared, that the property owner have a surveyor go in and flag the right-of-way to make sure that the county road department stays on public dedicated property as opposed to private property. And my suggestion, just knowing how timber companies operate, I think another condition should be that, or potentially operate, that if there are any oil spills or oil changes by the timber company on county property, that the property owner be required to remediate and clean up in the event there's any oil spilled. But with those conditions, I see no objection to allowing the property owner to clear the property if that's the board's discretion. And then, as Commissioner Ward said, the county would then come in thereafter and build it would actually be a dirt road, because under the subdivision ordinance, I believe that this subdivision only has 18 lots according to the plat, and therefore the road does not have to be paved under the subdivision ordinance. So it would be a county dirt road.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. What about ditches? Are they going to dig ditches on each other?
There's not any ditch. I mean, it's 600 feet of just the right-of-way. So they're not going to do it. It's a timber company that's going in and clearing out the trees on our right-of-way.
Okay.
So the ditches would be
If we're going
main.
to put an ingress, though, I just didn't know if we needed, if that was discussed about possibly ditching that, because when people start, I don't know where the area is. I don't know if it's low, if they're going to have a little bit of fill and start displacing water, stuff like that. That's why I was bringing it up. So.
Well, Commissioner, under the subdivision ordinance, there is a requirement for, I'm not sure that it's ditches, I think it would be swells, but that is something that the county would be responsible for. I'm no biologist, but it was represented to me that there are no wetlands on this particular right-of-way.
So I agree with Commissioner Anderson, though. So there's a difference, and we've dealt with areas of the county that were this way. There's a difference between clearing and making a road, or making an area for a road, and actually building a road. And I mean, I'm good if this timber company wants to help clear the area, but I think in the finality of things, we do need to add swales, ditches, something. We need to actually build a road. Not just, create something that's going to be a problem down the future for residents and people that are in the area.
Well, in the subdivision, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, Attorney Schul, there in the subdivision ordinance, that is required, that he would have to come back and make sure, or the property owner that's purchasing the property have to do the culvert, and they would have to do their own swales and flood mitigation, right?
Well, if the county's going to build the road according to our subdivision
Standards.
ordinance, and there's and I don't have it with me, but there's a certain width of the road and a certain amount of road base, and then there have to be, swells on the side of the driving surface. That would be something that the county would do, and it would be a county-maintained road into the future, because it is a dedicated county road.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Mr. Howard's on the line. If this is a question that may be posed to him, if he can maybe answer and shed some light.
And I've got some comments too.
He told me he was going to be on, so if we had any questions.
Looking for him, that's good. Oh, there's
Might be
Virginia.
Virginia,
Okay,
yeah.
there she is. There you go.
Miss Virginia, is Howard, you and Howard there?
Morning, Commissioner, y'all hear me?
Good morning.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can hear you.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Yeah, that road is, we told Walanda is the Lane Circle, which is already a road there, probably 450 feet. There's already been a house also built on that road. There is no ditches on that road. Now, as they go in, we gotta go like 660 feet as far as they're gonna go in the cul-de-sac. That's where the county right-of-way dead ends. But he's just trying to open it up to get to his property, and they're gonna do some logging on his property. So as far as ditches, I don't think there would have to be some ditches, but if it is, we would have to put ditches on it, so.
And when you say you're talking the county would be responsible for that, is that correct?
Yeah, we're putting the ditches, if it needs a ditch, we'll put it in, but you'd have to dig ditches where there ain't no ditches, so if that makes any sense. The 400 something foot where the road's already built, there is no ditches. It's all high ridge kind of, so. But once they open the road up, they get through logging, whatever, we get in there and see what we need to do, so I can't answer that question at this time for the ditch, so.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman? Since it's a county road and a county right-of-way, we've got county rules, we've got county subdivision rules, we got all kinds of rules. I'd rather just see the county go in there and open it up. It's a road owned by the county, and rather go see them go open it up, put everything in it needs to be in, and then we'll be done. Because, like I said, if it's not done right, then you're gonna have to have the county back in there anyway to start with. So I look at it, doing it right the first time, and then you ain't gotta go back. You know what I mean? But if he's willing to get an engineer out there to flag it, that's fine. If not, we got an engineer. It's a county road.
Well, I think he was just trying to help the county out.
I know,
Yeah.
I know, but
And it's a lumber company, so it's hard to get people back to.
Yeah.
And I think the county would probably have to, I don't know, Mr. Howard, if the county goes out there and does it, is that something y'all could do like immediately? Because I think this is a time-sensitive issue as well.
Yeah, it'd be something what they got through, we can go in there and look and open the road up and if we need ditches or whatever, we have to create it, because people got land on both sides. And I think the Martinez got like 4 acres in there, so, which would be 4 acres on the west side of that road, so. But it's like 660 feet, I think, all it's got to be open, so that's where the county right away dead ends.
Yeah.
So the county right-of-way doesn't go all the way to the end of the cul-de-sac, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it does, it goes all the way to the cul-de-sac.
Okay.
But there's already a road there and a house built, and then a road dead end, but it is 660 feet that needs to be open to where the other people can get to their property.
It's gonna have to be opened anyway, so
Right,
I figured that's what.
Which is a 60-foot right of way is what we got,
Okay.
so.
So, Mr. Chairman, Howard, even if he does say hypothetically we'd vote and he's able to do this, you still have to go in and do your thing, right?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, yeah, we do our thing, if we have to, we have it surveyed to make sure we're on the right track, and we need ditches or whatever, which
But-
there is no wetland in there, we pulled it up, there is no wetlands on our right of way, so.
And even but by doing it this way, it's saving the county money Because
Yeah,
he's
yes,
offering.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If we had to go in and do it, we'd have to dig all them trees up, haul all that stuff off. So,
Yeah, and the timber too, so that's why I thought it was a good idea. So,
Yeah, no,
I understand that there's some things that we're gonna have to do from the county's perspective, but I'm gonna go ahead and, y'all vote however you want, it's not gonna fit me one way or another, but I'm gonna make a motion to approve this.
okay.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Croom. Let's see if I can make sure we all know what we're voting for. So this timber company has offered to go in and do the clearing of the area, and Mr. Neighbors and the road department's going to come back and build the appropriate road so they can get to the area. Is that what you understood? Okay. You understood as well, just, all right.
Yes.
So any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I'm sorry, that's unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Howard, Virginia,
you
thanks.
welcome, Commissioner.
All right, anything else, Mr. Roll?
Not for, no, sir.
All right, so we can go back to the regular agenda?
Was that?
Yes, sir.
Yes. It was? That's why I said I'm sorry. I already did. I already did it. So there was nothing else for Mr. Neighbors, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Davis is in the room? Come on down, sir. You're the next contestant. While he's coming, I will apologize. Why I said I was sorry in the middle of that vote is I realized that was the late ad and I did not call for public comment. But we had already voted, so. Mr. Davis, up to you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have two action items. Well, I guess it's one. There's two positions available. As of June 2026, we have an available position in Animal Control Department and the Solid Waste Department. I want to question the board's approval advertising in both departments, or position for both departments.
All right. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison and second by Commissioner Amison. It was seconded by Commissioner Croom and Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, Mr. Davis, while you're here, let's have a discussion. I've been getting several phone calls, and I think it's just something that goes with the territory. That's why I wanted to talk to you before the meeting. There is a lot of people, a lot of parents that have been upset this year with the way that the baseball and softball league continues to be run. There's not any transparency. We just hosted a state tournament. Nobody knows how much money they took in at the gate. The county didn't receive any money from that. But beyond and above that, I'm learning that during the year, I guess they didn't talk about it because nobody wanted to make waves, but they used the East Point Park that we spent over $1 million on, rehabbing, fixing the drainage, fixing the fence, putting the Musco lighting. They're still not utilizing that property for one event or another, or one excuse or another. It's available anytime any of those parks are used. Your staff is the one that's getting them prepared and doing everything that needs to be done. I've not received any calls saying that y'all have not done what you're supposed to do. So there's going to be an ongoing discussion about this Dixie Youth. And if it requires making it a county department under the Parks and Recs, then so be it. But I'm not going to continue to take calls where, like these of this nature, where that league is not like it was when I was there years ago. There were people for each area that were over it. I understand right now there's only 2 people that's running the whole thing countywide, and they don't have meetings, or they don't notice meetings, and I just think it's horrible, the way it's being run. I know the outputs are good, kids are doing good, that's good, that's what it's there for. But there also has to be a level of transparency. All of these parks are being provided for either with TDC dollars, which the visitors pay, or it's coming out of the county's ad valorem that our residents are paying. And I believe we have a reasonable expectation to know what kind of money is being taken in, where it's being spent, how much is left over, how much is being fundraised, all those things should be transparent. And right now, they completely are not. I'm not looking for you to give me an answer. I just think you need to know that as our current Parks and Recs director, because that's a conversation we need to have. If we need to actually go a step further with what we did here 2 or 3 weeks ago with the way we're trying to realign the departments and actually put recreation under the guy that's the assistant, whatever that takes, we need to do something better is my only comment. And I wanted to make sure you were aware of that this morning.
Yes, sir.
We can't continue to not utilize space that's provided for the public. That doesn't work for me. I don't, I know not every field we have is as nice as the other one, but those kids don't notice that stuff. Those kids know where they're playing. They know what's available to them. So that's all I got to say before I say anything. I don't want to say something I shouldn't say, so let me stop.
Mr. Chair, I think all of us probably got those things, calls and emails and texts constantly
Yes.
this year.
Yes.
And I recall us talking about this probably beginning of this year about that we need to probably look into it. And I know, Director Davis, you not really involved in that aspect, so we don't expect an answer for you, but just FYI, it may be coming down the pipe where we got to figure something out on this. Because my question was just yesterday, I had this conversation, and I was told about just the 2 people. And my question was, what do they answer to a board? Is there a board of volunteers? Like, nope. I'm like, okay. So there's got to be some accountability and transparency on this right here.
Mr. Chairman, I'll add to, I did reach out to some individuals as to why they weren't using Vrooman Park, because I thought the same thing. There were some issues brought up that Mr. Davis has already addressed and has been addressed. One was the sewage, which has been addressed, and the concession stand, which is, I went in there the other day and I asked them to clean it up, and it looks great in there. So there's really no reason. Now, I did hear that one of the fences wasn't regulation for a type of ball that they use or play. And I did talk to I think I talked to you about it. I know I talked to Michael Marone about a consultant. I know you and Aaron and I went out there and met to try to think of ways to improve it even more. And we had discussed several different things, like, refurbishing the bathrooms. We're going to try to get a grant to do some of that stuff. But the biggest thing was trying to get someone out there that could show us and tell us what we needed to do to make it regulation per whatever standards they have. But that's when this property tax discussion also came up, so we kind of put things on the back burner. But
Yes.
I do want to say that Mr. Davis and his team do a phenomenal job in keeping these parks clean and marking the lines and cutting the grass and doing what they're supposed to do, and I appreciate that. So it's not by any fault of you guys at all. It's just, I don't know.
So if there's not a regulation fence, I don't think that would matter for our local rec league.
Yeah.
It would only matter with a state or a regional tournament.
Yeah.
It's not gonna, I'm not saying it doesn't need to be fixed, but it's not gonna keep our kids from playing each other in games. It's only gonna matter, if it was, they would tell them they couldn't have the league until they fix the fence. The league hasn't said that, so, whatever.
Another thing, Mr. Chair, I asked Mr. Davis conveyed his message to the association or the league about Sylvester Williams, and I think they practiced on there this year because DW was closed for a good little bit. Mr. Davis, how many parks do we maintain, your crew maintain in this county? Do you know that number?
A bunch.
Like, everything?
It's either 13 or 14,
Yeah, it's quite a few.
Okay.
More than what people think.
When you say parks,
yes.
Oh, yes,
that's
everything.
No, it's
including the
actually
ball
15, because we just
field
had another one.
Yes.
and, okay.
It's one of these points.
At least 15
I
that we
believe-
know?
think it's
I would say,
15, yeah.
yes.
That's a lot of parks.
That is a lot.
Yes.
A lot. And you just add that one on right there, addition, add it on to,
Yeah.
right here in these parts, so.
And we're talking from Alligator Point all the way to
Yep.
Apalachicola. So that's a pretty good
So-
distance.
The questions I've always asked, as I said, how many employees do you have to maintain those 15 parks?
count on
mean-
one hand, probably.
It's, eight,
So,
I think. it
so
is.
we don't even have an employee per park.
Nope. No, we don't.
Keep that in mind.
And that's 7 days a
Commissioners.
week.
Yes,
That's right.
Even on
Yes.
holidays.
because, especially in the summer. You are so
Yeah.
right, Commissioner Sanders, especially in the summer.
Anyway,
But Commissioners, I'll ask this. I text each of you the results of where we're going with Darlene, so would one of you be kind to read that out? I would like Darlene, since she's so passionate about it, to come up to the mic, but she might tase me, so if you guys, one of you would read that out. 'cause she-
I was actually going to do that, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, anyway.
Thank you so much.
So, Darlene, do you want to do it? No? Okay.
no,
Didn't want to take away your limelight, but Franklin County Dixie girls teams advanced to the World Series. Advancing girls teams, 10U Angels qualified for the World Series in Bellevue, Florida, July 31st to August 5th. And the 12U Ponytails qualified for the World Series in South Brunswick, North Carolina, July 24th to July 28th. So, and then our boys also, didn't they win the World Series?
no one went to the World Series. I think they
in,
played a
Frostburg.
couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And then there's another one that advanced.
The HU,
Yeah.
that's in your text?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, we got a lot of talent, and
And-
that's
and-
why we keep these parks up for these
And we've got,
kids.
I think we've got another team this weekend that goes and plays. If they
boys.
win, they go to World Series. Also in Laurel, Mississippi, I think that was.
Yeah, that's a
that-
couple of weeks, I think,
Yeah.
away still, or a week away still.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So, I mean, all I can say is for the girls, I got my bags packed. I'm ready to go. I always go those. I love them, love them, love them.
Not the go bag, I like that.
Yeah, I love it. But I don't have to go nowhere but Bellevue, Florida.
Well, congratulations to all
Yeah.
of the teams, because
Yes.
it's not an easy task at all. It's a big accomplishment.
And you
So
know,
I'm proud of them.
we always have complaints about something's not right, something's not right, you know, a little bit's wrong, and I like that. But these kids, all they love is to play ball. That's all they do. That doesn't matter to them at all. They figure mom and daddy and all the rest of the people's gonna take care of all the problems. They just wanna play ball. And that's the most important thing. As long as I sit here as a commissioner, I'm gonna be supportive of that. I don't care what the state brings down to us. One way or the other, we may not have to have as many teams or whatever, but one way or the other, I'm gonna always support the youth in this county. As long as I live, I will do that.
Absolutely.
But I'm so proud because we have had continuous winners throughout all these years. Even back in 1999, we had them going to national. I think they went to Tennessee that year. But, I mean, this board's always supported that, so it's a good thing.
It is.
Mr. Chair, I got a question while Mr. Davis is there. Discussion we just had about the Little League and stuff, we didn't give you a chance to comment. Do you have any comments on that? Did you receive calls about this? And I want to hear from you.
Yes, sir, I have been receiving calls. The thing about it, the two that's running the league, you know, your hats off to them. Again, like the commissioner was saying, you have people sit back and complain, but nobody really wants to step up. And anytime I asked the two individuals, could they prove or could they show, they say, of course. So I say, if the board wants to come see your records of how you run the league, could you show that to them? And they said, sure. So that may be something you
I
want
guess
to
I should have
do.
let out with that, sorry. But yeah,
Yeah,
I would be
yeah.
interested in seeing it,
So, but,
because I think the public wants to know that it's all up, on the up.
yeah, no matter what you do, you're not gonna please everybody.
Right.
Again, hats off to them for stepping up and running the league. I do get a lot of calls. I get in stuff that I shouldn't be getting into, trying to make it better, but hey, that's part of it.
Well, it's hard for us not to be involved in it, because we're the ones that are preparing the fields, so you gotta know when the fields need to be prepared,
That's correct.
where they're
yes, sir.
playing at. You gotta, I
Yeah.
mean, it's hard to not be involved in it, because we
Right.
are involved in it.
I was saying that, beyond that, you know, who picked what team and, how much the registration
Yeah.
and that type of thing is what I was. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta cover costs.
Okay, well, I just wanted to hear from you, since you know,
Okay.
You probably,
Yes, sir.
there's
Did
some of the same complaints.
Answer your question?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Anything else from Director Davis while he's here? Wanda, thank you.
All
Thank
right.
y'all for everything you do.
Thank you all for your support.
Miss Amanda, are you here on behalf of Miss Jennifer? Yes, sir. All right, come forward, please. It is your turn. Don't worry, I haven't been getting no phone calls, so it's all good. Go ahead.
Well, I'm glad. Hopefully, it stays that way. Usually, if you're getting phone calls about us, it's not good news.
Right, no, it's all good.
But good morning, Commissioners. I got one action item for y'all this morning. I request the board's approval of the, to retroactively approve the signature of our iPause MOU. It's with FEMA. It's the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. It's what allows us to do the emergency alert broadcasts and the wireless emergency alerts if needed during an emergency.
All right. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Anything else, Miss Amanda?
That was all I had for y'all this morning.
Everything quiet right now in the Gulf and in the Atlantic and all the other places?
Just said the
Knocking on
keyboard.
wood, it's quiet right now, and I'm hoping it stays that way, but I know now that we've asked, maybe not.
It'll be fine. It'll be whatever it's gonna be anyway.
But we're as ready as we gonna be, and we'll do what we gotta do.
Thank you, Miss Amanda. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
And there was nothing, Commissioners, on, but informational items on Director Polis's report and Mr. Director Roundtree's report for the library as well. It was all informational. But now, I will say, that is a lot of information for the library. There's a lot going on there. But, and one thing I want to make sure we mention before we go on, the library was able to help this last week in an area that's not a typical library function. So FWC, we're having some issues with residents trying to do the Apalachicola Bay Harvester's license and get everything done because it has to be done electronically. So we were able to, with the library, Ms. Roundtree agreed to help and staff it to do so. We put out on social media that anybody that still needed help trying to get their license could go to the library and they would help them with a computer or whatever it took to sign on, to try to get their license straightened out and make sure they're going to get their license. And they were able to do that for, I guess, 2 or 3 days. So for all of those they helped, that had to be a big difference, and that was your local public library.
Yes.
So I want to give them thanks for that.
Yes, a lot of props, Commissioner. Commissioner Amerson will jump in also. FWC met him at the end of a meeting. He called me. I called Whitney, and she said, Michael, I got this, and she took it and she ran with it, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Even to the poster you guys have seen around town on social media, that was all Whitney. And again, as we get Commissioner Ward towards this property tax discussion, I know in bigger urban, in the cities, areas, the library has a role. In Franklin County, that role is totally different. Commissioner Amerson, I'll let you jump in on that. It really is. It means a library means a lot. It's more of a community assistance location because they do a whole lot for the public. That's way beyond the call of any other library you would see. Again, repeating myself, a big city area.
I think I've been saying that for a pretty good while, that, when you go to essential services, not essential, quality of life, how you gonna do that when the budget stuff comes talking up here? Because the library does so much for our community, and this is an example of it. Yeah. It is. And
Commissioner Amerson, did they indicate to you how, I guess I'm trying to figure out how many people they thought should have already been signed up that were not, when they talked to you last week?
No, sir. They were, just to recap, Wednesday, I was at the partnership meeting last Wednesday. When I left the meeting, Captain Nims and Ms. Morgan Eason with FWC approached me and said they had some issues that we potentially help them with. They had so many, not beating up on our folks, but I'm one of them. Everybody waits till the last minute to renew their CLS, the saltwater products license and everything, and was getting a real they were getting bottled up, basically. They couldn't, have enough one-on-one. So I said, yeah, let me talk with Michael. He got with Ms. Roundtree, and we don't need to leave out Ms. Boone, by the way. Tiffany Boone went over from the building department and was instrumental in helping people get signed up. They were in panic mode, really, because they were wanting to make sure that everybody had the opportunity to sign up, and Tuesday was the deadline, June 30th. That's really all of it in a nutshell, to be honest with you. Now, I don't know how many people that they didn't have renew at that time, and it's not just Oyster. I mean, it's just saltwater products license. It's everything. But heck, y'all see me in here. It took me 20 minutes to get all my technology turned on. I'm one of those, computer challenged. So I understand what we're dealing with there. So, but I think it was a good thing. I seen it on social media. I seen Whitney and them. They all did a great job. I'll get a follow up on that with FWC and let y'all know. But
thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Solano from the IFAS director also didn't have any action items. So again, all of these reports, Commissioners, if you have any questions for any of these individuals, you can contact them one-on-one. All their stuff is informational, so we're not going to go through all that. The next person that's in the room is Mr. Steve Kirstenbaum, interim airport manager. Sir, please come forward.
We had an incredible month this month. Here's a little addition to our airport. If we could show this to the commissioners. Attorney Schuler could do that to the commissioners. Now we're going to look like we belong at the airport, myself and staff. We have airport uniforms that came out. I'm wearing one today. I feel like a human. But anyway, was going to say, terrific month. I got a phone call on one of my action items. I got an email this past Sunday, and it was actually from Secretary Kelly, and he said, where are you guys? And I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, the job growth grant didn't go through. Get this rural infrastructure grant through, and before I could do anything, he ported it over to the rural infrastructure grant. I called Michael up, I called Bill Williams up, and it turns out it's airport infrastructure. So Michael said, get on it, get it done. Tracy Busby is now working on it, and I have a real good feeling something good might come of this. The other thing, so basically what the AOED, we put it before the AOED, and the AOED recommends to the county to resubmit this grant to the RIF format and allow Tracy Busby to do it. It's on her desk. And I realized with economic development, anything that, I sat down and I talked to the airport manager at ECP, Panama City. And I said, how do you work at Rebecca with your economic development? And he went and said to me, anything that's economic development goes to her and she pursues it. And they qualify it and it comes back to the airport manager and then it goes to the airport board. Anything that's airport infrastructure is going to be me and Avcon and the airport board. So that's where I'm at right now. I'm trying to get Michael to sit down with me and Bill and just identify our lanes so we could work good together, because I don't want to have any issues, and I had an issue last week. But what I'm looking for right now is, this is the answer to our this rural infrastructure grant, and I'm going to touch on our FDOT meeting after this, but we're going to be bringing income into this airport, additional income. So what I'm asking is, if we could get this rural infrastructure grant done, potentially there's $3.5 million that will come into that airport towards the hangar complex and towards potentially a terminal building. So
what's the actual, I know what you said, Steve, but what's the actual, from reading what's here, and I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off. From reading what's here, what is the actual ask from us? Because it looks like it's still going to have to go back to the airport board, is that correct?
No, the
Okay.
airport board is good with, they're recommending to you to have Tracy resubmit.
So to apply for the rural infrastructure
Yeah,
fund
to apply for the
grant.
rural infrastructure.
Okay, and that would be done by motion and vote of this board,
Yes,
correct?
you're asking
Okay.
to move from one type of application to another.
Okay,
And
okay.
allow Tracy to
That's what I was
process that.
trying, okay, thank you. All right, so what's the pleasure of the board with doing that?
So move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Kern. Any discussion, commissioners? Or any questions? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, what's next?
Oh, and letting you guys know, as soon as that email went back, his staff he advised his staff to move forward on this, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Okay, next thing, we talked about economic development at the airport board, and the airport board is making a recommendation that all economic development projects go to Bill Williams and the EDC.
Okay.
And it doesn't mean that I won't knock in a door and say, hey, would you like to come to the airport? If I find somebody like that, I'm going to say, hey, Bill, take your group, here's this person. But I think it'll be fabulous. It's going to take a real load off the airport board
Right.
and off me to perform my job a lot more effectively.
Okay, so we have a recommendation from the airport board to really let economic development be done by the Economic Development Council.
Yes,
And then if there's something that's going to be economic development that affects the airport, it will then come back to the airport when it's time for them to look at it. and
yeah,
vote
because
on
we
it.
just have to make sure, in fact, the only thing I would ask the Economic Development Board and you is that before they pursue forward on a project, if they could ask if this fits, if this will fit the airport. So if we have that that industrial area that we're going to be proposing,
Yeah.
there could be a use on there that could interfere with the airport if somebody wants to build a Sky Needle or,
That's
whatever.
all
So, or if somebody wants to have a plant that's going to generate tons of smoke.
Please don't get in front of us and talk about
So
stuff that's
we just
thousands
have
of
to
feet
know.
there. That's
And
not
is that
happening.
okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure what we're actually voting on. That's what I
Okay.
was trying to
So
clarify.
all economic development goes to them.
Yes. So we'd be separating economic development from the airport advisory board.
Yes, sir.
What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved. Well, I'll second.
All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Croom and Commissioner Amison. Any
And what I
discussion?
would suggest, and this
Hold on,
is just
sir.
me.
Hold on,
Oh, sorry.
We haven't voted yet. Any discussion, commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, yes, sir.
And what I would suggest, it's up to you guys, but that I would change the name of the thing instead of AOED to Airport Board, or whatever you guys decide you want to do with it.
Yeah.
Um,
We can address that at a future meeting. That's not a problem.
Okay, great. Big thing happened this week. I arranged a meeting with all the FDOT hierarchy to come down to the airport and discuss our airport. Commissioner Amison was there. We had, AFCON was there, and we had Ted, our former airport manager, and we had Scott Kelly there. And there was all the hierarchy from FDOT. Bill Williams was there. Bill performed incredibly. The presentation on where we're at went over great. Our new FDOT licensing thing that we did about the staging area was very well received. At the meeting, they advised us that our $2.5 million appropriation that we applied for, thank you, Commissioner Jones, we got $1.25 million of it. What it does is it affects an ask for this year. If we do anything that's an appropriation, they look at what we had on the calendar for this year. And we had a runway rehab on the calendar for this year. They replaced it with the hangar complex, which I am totally thrilled to death with. Now we have, coming into July, not 800,000, we have $2 million to proceed forward on the hangar complex. The hangar complex will go out, APCON's going to prepare an RFP for this, and hopefully we're going to break ground in the next 60 days, and we'll start having revenue come in from that. And the more important part is we had another 1.5 million on the agenda for next year, and now we have another 1.5 million towards the hangar complex on next year. So we have $3.5 million right now for this hangar complex. It's going to go, it's going to happen. The other thing was, at that meeting, I discussed with FDOT, the county is basically a little bit above break even with that airport, maybe 130,000 in the black annually. And I said, we have AC units that need to be upgraded not repaired. I said, we have fencing that's destroyed. I said, we have equipment that has gone down. And I hit them with a list of a tractor, of a brush hog with a mulching bit, fixing the fence on Powell Rivers Road, and replacing all the HVAC units in the other hangars. And they agreed that on next year's ask, and I got to run this by the airport board, but that they will take $350,000 of that money and earmark it towards those things, so it doesn't have to come out of the general fund with the airport, which I think will be fabulous.
Please, anything you're gonna do like that, please make sure you bring it to them before you bring it to us.
What, oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good. I'm just saying, make sure, like you're saying, anything that's gonna be maybe something that needs to be voted on, please make sure they're voting on it first. It's
Okay.
presented to them first.
All right, I will bring it back to them. Also at that meeting, another big thing that we were gonna make a big mistake, this master plan that we're working on, AvCon will have a contract back to you next week, week after. But the master plan the AOED is working on is looking at industrial property and potentially closing runway 1836 to give us a lot of dry property at the airport. That was discussed at the meeting, and what the airport manager of ECP suggested to me, and what the director of District 3 Aviation with the FDOT said, do not remove that property from the airport. Designate it industrial use. If you designate it industrial use, you'll be able to attract a ton of clients because you can lease the right to build those industrial projects on the site. That revenue from the lease revenue will go back into the airport to help support operations, and the capital improvements that they build at the end of their lease term will revert to the county. So it could be an incredible, and we'll present it to you when we finish this whole master plan. But they were very supportive of it, and they said, if you pull forward with this, we're never going to fund that runway, they said. And if you move forward with this, we will be 100% supportive, and that the FDOT will realize Franklin County is being proactive at their airport. So,
All right, but that's something we'll come back at a later time. Is there anything else we need to discuss today?
no, just we had, Jennifer from Florida's Great Northwest had contacted me a couple of weeks ago about a stakeholders meeting. I said our new economic development director is Bill Williams. I forwarded it over to her. He ran an incredible stakeholders meeting, and I think I will work very well with Bill. We just have to get it together, that's all. And any other questions for me?
Any questions, commissioners?
And I appreciate everything, commissioners. And finally, we're going to see additional revenue come into the airport. And one thing, just keep in the back of your mind, the airport isn't ad valorem, the airport is supporting itself.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Morone, is Ms. Griffith online? She don't have any action items, does she need to do any updates or
Yeah,
anything?
updates for the project she does.
Yes.
Let's see here. Erin, yep, there she goes.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Morning.
So Erin, before you start talking, they're here whispering, they can't believe you don't have action items. That's what they're here talking about.
Oh, yeah. My apologies on that. I had a huge report last time, and I have actually been deeply immersed in the budget process for the last 2 weeks. So,
It's all good, Ms. Aaron.
but I do have some informational items for you all, and actually I do have the LADAD edition for the item that Renee was originally going to present for the Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
And I can proceed with that one LADAD action item if you all
let's
actually
do
want to
that
do the
first,
call
Ms.
for
Aaron.
public comment to get that. Or actually, since it was scheduled, Michael, do we still need to do that even though it's being? It's a LADAD on my report, but not, I believe it was previously
I think
scheduled.
I think it was in the packet when he put it out at
It
noon.
was, so that's
It
not
was.
truly a late ad.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. All right, Commissioners, well, the first action item then will be in June of 2021, the board approved the grant award agreement for a 5-year grant to interface mapping data within the region and leverage technology to enhance response time, provide additional mapping detail and services to process incoming 911 calls. The county also approved Datamark's sole source vendor contract for the regional project at that time. Attached is the 2026-2027 renewal for the grant-funded GIS mapping services with vendor Datamark for $49,209.97. Board action to approve the contract renewal with existing GIS mapping vendor Datamark.
And Ms. Aaron, is that paid for with 911 funds?
It is.
Okay. All right. What's the pleasure of the board, or do y'all have any questions?
So move.
All right. Motion to approve by Commissioner Crew.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion, commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, Ms. Aaron, go ahead.
All right, Commissioners, I do have some board informational items for you. And first, Franklin County would like to extend appreciation to state legislators and the county's lobbyists for pushing forward the legislative appropriation requests in this year's session. The governor signed the budget yesterday, and the following requests were included in the state's budget. The SGI Volunteer Fire Department fire truck, the state approved $1 million in down payment assistance towards the $2.1 million cost to replace the department's 25-year-old aerial fire truck. The proposed replacement will be a 2029 E1 100-foot aerial platform fire truck. The Alligator Point St. Teresa Volunteer Fire Department fire truck, $624,791. This will provide the department with a 2,500-gallon tanker pumper built on a Freightliner M2-106 two-door cabin chassis, equipped with a 1,250 gallons per minute hail pump system. This truck will also have wildland firefighting capabilities for the rural and forested areas. Sylvester Williams Park energy efficient ball field lighting, $295,000, and assistance to install energy efficient storm rated lighting at Sylvester Williams Park, similar to the county's other ball fields, to improve safety, accessibility, and year-round usability at a neighborhood park location within the city limits of Apalachicola. The comprehensive plan update, $104,900 in support to fully update the county's comprehensive plan to ensure alignment with current statutory guidance, planning standards, and community priorities. Recent changes in state requirements necessitate a comprehensive revision. Bob Sykes Cuts, planning assistant to states program, cost share Army Corps study, $150,000 to provide the 50% phase 1 non-federal cost share for a shoreline modeling and sediment transport study focused on Bob Sykes Cut and the surrounding areas of St. George Island. This project would be completed through a partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers through its Planning Assistance to States program. The Apalachicola T-Hanger project, approximately $1.25 million towards the construction of 26 new T-hangers and 5 new box hangers that will increase the quantity of based aircraft to increase the airport's revenue from aircraft storage fees, hangar rents, and increase fuel sales. The county's RIF Job Growth Fund grant application that is currently in process will also go towards the construction costs of this same project. And the reappropriation of the East Point Volunteer Fire Department truck for $577,440. The delivery of this truck will not occur until April of 2027, which was past the original funding allocation due date for the 2025 funds, but the legislature did reappropriate funds for that project. And then we also have some other board information, just your miscellaneous project updates. For the SGI Stormwater Project, the roadway resurfacing is mostly complete. There are 2 areas remaining to be completed. That's East Pine Street and East Gorey. Both will be resurfaced sometime after this holiday weekend. The Margaret Key Library resurfacing project, the pre-construction meeting will be held on site with the contractor, engineer, and county and city library staff on Tuesday, July 7th. The Island View Park FERDAP project, the notice to proceed was issued on June 25th, and we should begin to see construction activity there soon. The East Point Nature Center project, Phase 1 park improvements are nearing completion, and the park setting will be available for public use during the fireworks this evening in East Point. And the 8th Street East Dune walkover, the project inspection for final completion was conducted at the end of last week. And I have also attached the budget workshop schedule below. And I'll be emailing you all my informational report, actually in just a few minutes.
All right, sounds good. You tired yet?
Very tired.
Yes. Well, thank you, Ms. Aaron. A lot of this honestly wouldn't be happening without you. So thank you for your help, making sure that things are taken care of and presented. And I know sometimes you probably get tired of us hounding you about, okay, when are we doing this? And, trying to move it all at one time. But thank you for not only helping handle the business of Franklin County and its residents, but doing so in a gracious manner. We do appreciate that. Does anyone have any questions for Sharon while she's still here?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question, Aaron, but we were at our conference last week, and the representative, is it Mike from Musco?
Yes.
Musco Lighting said to tell you hello, and it's a joy
Oh,
working
okay.
with you, he says. So I told him I'd let you know. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Aaron. We appreciate you.
Thank you all.
Yeah. All right, so, Mr. Brown, before we go to the other reports, presentations, let's
Great.
take a short recess. Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Up next in our agenda, we're going to have Attorney David Thuriak, and we're talking about the code enforcement draft ordinance review.
There we go. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
What I would like to do this morning is walk through the code enforcement ordinance draft dated June 15th, 2016. There were a series of questions that I had embedded in the draft that I provided to y'all. So if I could just walk through those and get the commissioner's direction on how they want to proceed. On page 3, there is reference to the special magistrate and how the special magistrate is appointed. After I circulated this draft, Mr. Schuler provided me with ordinance 22-10, which provides the process that you currently use to appoint special magistrate. It's by both the board and sometimes you can designate that to the county attorney. Would you like to continue with that process for the designation of special magistrates?
For me, I think that's worked so far, the way we designate. I don't think we've had any issues, have we, with the magistrate part of it? Yeah, I think it's worked out fine that I know of.
Okay.
I've not heard anything different.
I will make that tweak. On page 4, I'm going to skip this and come back to it because I think this is going to be a longer discussion than most of my other items. It involves condemnation. So I'd rather get through the easy ones and then circle back to condemnation, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
On page 6, it's subsection 10. You'll see that all of my sections have an X because I don't know what number this would be included in your code of ordinances. So right now I've just got it as X and then the appropriate section number, subsection. And subsection B, under adoption of property maintenance regulations, it currently states that this article shall not apply to owner-occupied dwelling units, but rather shall only apply to commercial property and non-owner occupied dwelling units. And that was from the Wacolla County Code Enforcement Ordinance. Do you want, as a board, to not capture owner-occupied dwelling units for the property maintenance regulations? Or do you want to include them?
Yeah, I don't know how the board feels about that.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
obviously owner-occupied dwelling, I know that, does this pertain to the Florida statute about homesteaded properties, or?
No, I actually don't believe it does. I don't think it's a homestead question. It looks like there was a policy decision made by the Wacolla County Board to not require owner-occupied dwelling units to meet the requirements of the property maintenance regulations. And those are set forth on the following 5 or 6 paragraphs. I don't know what the basis for the exclusion was, and that's a policy call for y'all. You can capture owner-occupied. It's not a homestead issue.
Do you have any weigh in with that, or maybe that's something we need to look at a little bit further, Mr. David?
Yes, sir. I'll move on. On page 7, there was Commissioner Amundson had been working on the draft before I got involved, and their efforts, they ended up striking 8.028, bottom of 7, but there was a note that said we do need to include language regarding accessible, unsafe exterior electrical. I don't know what that means.
Do you remember that, Commissioner?
Yes, like there's exposed electrical outlets and whatnot. Steve is the one that actually had brought that up as a, is he zooming by chance? I didn't even.
If not, Commissioner, I can call him tomorrow and get clarity on that and insert some new language.
Okay. That was what the meat of that was, though, was just more from a exposed, if you got a breaker box, something out there that's in an unsafe manner, what,
I think that come about mostly, turning through it from my memory, I think that come about mostly from, we were looking at not necessarily just everybody, but I think structures that maybe had been damaged in a storm or some kind of event, and now there's exposed electrical. We wanted to have some way to address that, I think, wasn't that what it was about? So it wasn't just about electrical in general, like going and looking for boxes per se, but for something that's been damaged, it's got exposed electrical, that gives us another, another point of reference to try to use code enforcement.
Got it. I know what to do with it now. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
On page 8, under subsection 15, inoperable vehicles, there was a question during one of my discussions with Commissioner Emerson and others that we wanted to capture abandoned vehicles. The definition of an inoperable vehicle captures abandoned vehicles. So this section would address and would preclude abandoned vehicles, no more than one on the property. And subsection 16, we'll loop back to this one. This is the condemnation issue about whether the county wants to have condemnation authority. On page 9, there was a question about folks hooking up to water lines. I believe subsection E on page 9 captures somebody hooking up to a water line without a permit. Jumping ahead to page 12. At the top of page 12, section 18, I highlighted when or where there has been a cessation of normal construction of any structure for a period of more than 2 years, the code official shall order the owner to demolish and remove. And a discussion with Mr. Schuler and Mr. Marone, they recommend reducing that time frame to 1 year rather than 2 years, and we wanted to get the board's direction.
Commissioners, do y'all have any input on that?
No, I'm okay with the 1 year, as long as everybody else is.
Yeah, I think 1 year is sufficient.
Okay, I can make that tweak. Section 20 below was the question regarding who appoints the special magistrate, and I got my direction earlier, so I can make that tweak. Let's see, I've got direction there. All right, the last big issue. Let's go back to page 8, if you don't mind. And it's a heading for dangerous buildings, the bottom of page 8. And embedded in this portion of the code enforcement ordinance is a condemnation process. And it's my understanding that that's a sensitive issue for the board, and there may be differing opinions on how or even if the county commission wants to have condemnation authority. So I wanted to get that bigger picture direction from y'all.
Commissioners, do you have any suggestions?
Mr. Chairman, I do know that this was kind of an issue, I think, with some of the current structures we have in the county, particularly there was one in my district, and there was a question of, you know, whose responsibility is to deem it unsafe? Do we need an engineer and all that? So what this language would provide, correct me if I'm wrong, that is that the code official looking at Florida code, Florida building code, that they can deem the structure unsafe and to ask that it be demolished. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
I think that's consistent with state law as well.
Correct, and Florida statute, yeah.
Well, if you're good with condemnation, there's a couple tweaks that I'll make on the next version, so you can all take a look at the final, and then I need to draft an ordinance to adopt the code enforcement ordinance, the language to adopt it. The other issue that's out there is Gulf County has an ordinance which they refer to as the nuisance abatement ordinance. I believe Chairman Jones may have provided this to either me or Mr. Marone. And the Gulf County has done something that provides for a notice of assessment for lot maintenance and cleanup. And what they've done, I haven't seen done before, and I am not an expert on special districts. I don't know if Mr. Schuler has more knowledge than I do on special districts, but essentially what Gulf County has done is stated that the entire county is a special district. And therefore, if the county incurs costs regarding correcting a nuisance, such as a damaged structure that's no longer safe, they have a process of imposing the costs that they've incurred to correct that nuisance or remove that nuisance, and then assess it on the next county tax bill. I would need to do a little more research on special districts if the county's interested in following the approach that's set forth in Gulf County Ordinance 2020-08, unless Attorney Schuler has some thoughts on that approach.
Before you do, Attorney Schuler, I want to clarify something, Attorney Theriot. The reason I forwarded that to Mr. Marone to forward to you wasn't necessarily about the special district idea, but it was about what this board was struggling with at our last meeting, about if we have a property that's been before the magistrate and they've been ordered to clean it up and they refuse to do so, how the county might address it. In particular, the idea of being able to use a non-ad valorem assessment as opposed to doing a lien on the property. We have several that are in the hopper right now, so to speak, and this $18,000 is a drop in the bucket to what we're looking at. So I get what you're saying, but I want to clarify from my standpoint, it's up to this board, but I was never trying to push for the special district idea. If that's what it takes to do non-ad valorem assessment, let's have that discussion. But it was for that singular idea of non-ad valorem assessment. So I just want to make sure that's clarified.
Yeah.
Certainly. And I wasn't suggesting that you were advocating one way or the other. I was just identifying how I got this.
Yeah.
And the approach that they're using by putting it as an assessment can only work if you designate the county as a whole as a special district. So it's a chicken and egg.
Okay.
Mr. Schuler, do you have any thoughts on designating an entire county a special district?
I would have to do the same research that David's going to have to do. We haven't done, the only special district that we have are the MSBU for fire and rescue, and we have a consultant right now. In fact, I have a phone conference with her and the consultant and the attorney for Neighbors Giblin, who is drafting the ordinance to update the MSBU ordinance tomorrow at 10 a.m. I can ask that question of Ms. Heather Encinosa to see if she has something off the top of her head. Maybe it can save us a little time, but one way or the other, if either Mr. Theriak or myself would have to do research on that special district collection methodology. I would also let the board know that the special magistrate's order in the case that you've just referenced, the special magistrate's order specifically refers to if the county has to clean the property, then it would file a lien pursuant to Chapter 162.
Right.
And right now, we don't have any ordinance in place to do anything other than that.
Right.
And what we could do, Mr. Chairman, is if you're comfortable with the code enforcement ordinance that I've drafted, and I'll make the tweaks pursuant to our discussion, circulate a final, and then draft the ordinance adopting this code enforcement ordinance. And we could, if you want to proceed that way, we could get this code enforcement ordinance in place and effective while we're researching this special district assessment approach. And if it works, we can always amend the code enforcement ordinance to incorporate what Gulf County is doing. But if you use that approach, you'll actually get something on the books for code enforcement while we're looking at this special district assessment approach.
Okay. You have a question?
I did. This is, you mentioned section 162. There's a lien foreclosure clause in there, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so, yes.
Force them to go, that we could foreclose within 3 months, or after 3 months.
We have to go to the special magistrate at the conclusion of 3 months and request permission to foreclose the lien. That would be as to non-homestead properties. Homestead properties are treated a little bit differently, in my opinion. But yes, after 3 months, we can ask the special magistrate to foreclose.
And that's already on our books there.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else? Anything else, Attorney Theriak?
No, well, happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, Commissioners, do you have any additional questions?
Yeah, I got a question. On the condemnation, Attorney. So with what we currently have, the code official is the only one who can issue that?
Yes. There's a couple steps that are not in the code enforcement ordinance that you have available to you pursuant to Florida statutes. There is an ability to get a warrant to inspect the property, and there's a process. I forget the statutory provision. I can dig it up again. I don't have it in front of me. And one of the things that your building official informed me is he would like to have an engineer or whatever other specialty is necessary to inspect the structure rather than the building official making that call. He would like to have somebody, a structural engineer, inspect the property, make a recommendation, and then he has an expert who has provided basically competent substantial evidence that the structure's not safe. That it's hard to do that from the outside looking in. And there is a process that is available to us. I didn't need to lay it out in the code enforcement ordinance because it's statutory already.
And that was my second question about, should we have an engineer's report, which you just kind of just answered that. That's what our building official is kind of recommended.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was second. So right now, the code official has the authority to condemn. My question is, should the special magistrate be involved to make the final determination instead? Instead of having one single person? having that authority? That's my question.
That's your call.
Yeah. So what you're saying, Commissioner, let me make sure I understand. You're saying, okay, so your building official, your engineer, your code enforcement officer, all have an opinion, bring that back to the magistrate, let him have the final say.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking.
I actually like that.
Well, we did discuss that, but I think we hit a roadblock with that, though, didn't we, Mr. Theriak? As far as making it where it's the judge, magistrate's call or decision on the condemnation?
I think you can set up a process where the code, you take it to the special magistrate with the code official's recommendation to condemn with a engineering report that confirms the structure is unsafe. And I believe that the special magistrate would have the authority to basically state either you repair or remove.
So does state law require an engineer's report?
Yeah, that's what I was up with too.
Because that comes at a cost.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
So that's the state statute.
No, it does not, sir. That was something as part of our discussion with your building official.
Right, but if the state law allows him to make the determination, I don't know why we'd agree to spend several $1,000s more just to back up his determination.
I think, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but what I recall him saying is that without going inside the structure, he felt uncomfortable making that call without having somebody like, if we're going to say the building is structurally unsound, that a structural engineer would provide, I think, a comfort level before the building official would enter an order to condemn. That was what I took away from our discussion.
Mr. Chairman, it's more of a liability cushion.
That's what I was thinking too.
State statute, we can either follow it or we can't. I mean, we're looking at tax reduction that's going to pass, and we need to find ways to spend more money, but actually save money. That's my only determination. I mean, I'm 1 of 5, I'm good with it, but
Mr. Chairman, I do agree with you.
I think it's unnecessary and overreach.
Let me ask a question and just speak, like he's saying devil's advocate. So if the building official stands, because he's not allowed on the property, so if he stands off the property on the road and says, "What I can't tell if this is structure or not," the board is good with it?
Well, Mr. Chairman, correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I apologize.
Isn't in the ordinance we just discussed to get some kind of special permission if the code official says that it's deemed unsafe, that allows them some certain warranty to, or I think.
Florida statutes allows for an inspection warrant. There's an application process to the court to request that, and it's, as I recall, it's a pretty tight time deadline once you begin the process to receive the warrant. But yes, I'm generally familiar with that inspection warrant process, and it's something that I've looked at before. But I think we either need permission or we need the inspection warrant. We can't just go in.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So the way this process would tentatively work would be the code enforcement official would get a warrant and then would get I guess I'm assuming our building official to go with them.
I would need to reread that statute. I mean, it's a fairly fact-specific process as to who applies and how you apply and the information to be provided. I would need to re-familiarize myself with the specifics, but as long as we follow the statutory process, regardless of which official it is, we'll be okay.
Sounds like we're trying to get a search warrant.
I did, Mr. Chairman, look up Florida Building Code, and there is law that states that either the building official does have the power to deem a home or structure unsafe and to demolish it.
Yes.
And then the code enforcement officer can also do the same, not per Florida Building Code, but per ordinance or what have you, as long as they have permission to enter the property. Yeah.
Yeah.
because I do agree with the chairman. I mean, we're trying to, I mean, this is a fairly new department. Is this, I mean, we worked so hard to get to this point, and I hate to know that we might have to change it, but we're trying to save money here, not spend more money. So I feel like the easiest, and I don't know how our building official feels about it. I know I've spoke to him about it before, but, I mean, I don't want to spend, I think our building official has just as much knowledge as an engineer to say, okay, well, and I know it might be different with pilings, because I know a lot of our homes have pilings. Matter of fact, the one in my district right now is on pilings. Well, are the pilings structurally safe, where all they have to do is tear the house portion off, but leave the pilings? Well, they're exposed, the bottom's exposed from erosion. So I'm not an expert, but I would think that they were compromised if they're exposed. But again, I'm not a building official either, but I don't think you need an engineer to say, well, they're structurally unsound. I mean, I don't know, what test do they do that our building official's not gonna do? Do they have some sort of special test that they perform to determine if, say, for example, the pilings are unstructurally safe? I don't know.
But, so let me ask, so now we're getting to, and I want to make sure I'm just following along here. So we are at the code enforcement officer saying, okay, I think this might be, this building might be dangerous, you know? And then they get an opinion from the building official. Well, we get the warrant, whatever it is, to get access. He gives an opinion. We take that back to the magistrate for a final determination. Is that where so we're heading? Okay.
That's the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That way you got three eyes looking on it.
Yes, that's, I get that. I like that.
The section of Florida statutes, it's 933.20, and there's a process of going to court, and you have to meet certain criteria. Then if the judge agrees that the county has presented sufficient evidence to justify a warrant, that warrant is valid for 14 days to go inside the property.
One and two, if y'all remember, so hopefully we don't have another one of these, but after Hurricane Michael, we had several homes in the county that were past the 50% rule. That determination was not made by an engineer, it was made by our building official.
Yeah.
So they were saying they couldn't rebuild.
With FEMA rules.
So if you can't, but right, we're having to follow that. It's passed down from the federal government, the state, thus. But we didn't have to hire engineers to make that determination. We did. But if we can tell them they can't rebuild, we certainly can tell them if it's unsafe. I mean, I don't see where that's a stretch. That's where I'm coming from. I just, I don't see where that's a problem.
And Mr. Chair, while you're talking about that, that's my other thing I had highlighted about, you brought up the hurricanes, the demolition. I guess right now, as it states, if construction stops more than 2 years, the ordinance authorized demolition or boarding, correct?
Just when we talked about moving that to 1 year earlier.
Okay. My question is on that is, what if the projects are being delayed by our hurricanes and everything?
You know, I didn't think about that either, and then Mr. Chairman,
Insurance disputes, litigation, do we want to do hardship exemptions for that? I guess is
We
my
can treat
question.
that. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but we could do that on a case-by-case basis, could we not, Attorney?
Right now, under Section 18 on page 12, there's a 1-year window to complete. If they fail to, there is another sentence in that section that allows for an extension of another year.
What
And
page?
it also allows that extension to be beyond a year if approved by the code official. That's the last sentence of Section 18.
Okay, so that's already addressed. Is that what you're saying,
What-
Attorney Theory Act? It's already
Yes,
addressed?
sir.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Croom?
Do what?
Did I answer your question?
Trying to find a section.
What page did you say that was on, sir?
It's on page
Page
12.
12.
Page 12, section 18, last sentence, last
Yes,
two
I've seen
sentences.
that.
That puts the authority in the code officials. So this is
So
stating
we
that the
can-
code official can make the approval to extend or not to extend. Am I correct?
Yes.
If not,
Okay.
I will say, Mr. Chairman, all in all, that I do feel like this is a really good ordinance, minus a couple things that we're addressing today. It's very thorough, and I appreciate Commissioner
it
Amison
is.
and Steve, our building official. I think Angela was involved, and you, Attorney Theriak, and you, Attorney Schuler, for working on this. I know it wasn't an easy task by any means.
You're correct, Commissioner Ward. I didn't have gray hair until I started revising it.
My beard was brown, too.
Are there any other things we need to address, Attorney Theriak?
No, sir.
Commissioners, do y'all have any additional questions? Or anything that you would like to address?
Can I ask if they don't, sir? Just let's talk about the future. So we get back the draft, I'm trying to get the timeline. We get back the final draft, you look at it one more time. Are we going to do a workshop first or go straight to public hearing? Have the board, and I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Has the board considered whether or not you think you want to do a public workshop first, or are we going to go just straight to the public hearing? Any thoughts?
I'm good with either way. Attorney Schuler, is this going to require one or two public hearings? One. So it's up to the board, but it might be better to have a workshop first and then one public hearing. If we're going to have two public hearings, then I would be fine without a workshop.
Okay, just,
I mean, that's however the rest of the board feels. I'm good either way.
I feel the same way you do,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
Because there might be things citizens bring up that we haven't thought about in that
Yeah.
workshop setting
yes,
that might be very valid.
rather than
Yeah.
having to table your
Yeah.
public hearing. Yeah, I hear
Yeah.
you, sir. Okay, thanks, just curious to know.
Y'all good with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I know Mr. Chairman, I know we need to get this done, but then I also want to make sure it's done right. I know
Yes.
there's going to be tweaks that we're going to need to make along the way, but I'd rather try to have it as perfect as possible as we can to start out. So do we need to make motion and vote on that, or?
No, I think he's going
Okay.
to tweak what, based on the conversation today.
Okay.
If you have anything else, you reach out to him, and then I'm not adding to the gray here, sir, but hopefully at the next meeting or the first meeting of next month, you'll have the draft ready for their review and scheduling of a workshop, then a public hearing. Because I think
Yes, sir.
we can do both at the same time, schedule a workshop and a public hearing at the same time.
Yep.
Thanks again, Attorney Theriak. That was
Thank you, Attorney Theriak.
great work.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Tell your cat we said hey.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that.
It happens. Up next, Mr. Rick Destiny Bates. We're doing a Franklin 98 update.
And Commissioner Ward,
Hey, Miss Destiny.
Good morning, Commissioners.
cats have servants, not owners.
There you go.
Alrighty, well, again, you all know me, I'm from the Appalachian.
The mic closer. That has very poor pickup, I'm sorry.
Hello, okay. I'm Destiny from the Appalachia Regional Planning Council. I have Rick Harder with me from Harder Restoration and Consulting, thank you. And we just want to give some project updates on the F98 Living Shoreline project. I believe I was here in January or February to give some project updates. We've made a lot of progress since then, and we just want to share that with the board. Before I throw it over, I also want to mention that we'll be at the Freedom Fest tonight, giving out snacks, drinks, F98 merch, so I hope to see some of y'all there. And then I'll pass it over to Rick.
Thank you. It's really good to be here. I was looking at my notes, and so it's been a very long time since I've been here in front of you formally like this. I was looking at my notes. The last time I know that I was here was July 2nd, so 2019, so almost 7 years ago today, or tomorrow, I guess. And I was talking to you about a project that the Appalachia Regional Planning Council did with our support, where we assessed all of the shorelines within Apalachicola Bay, 274 miles, and we looked at coastal resilience issues. Which areas of shoreline would benefit the most from shoreline restoration work, to both for ecological productivity, but also public benefit, community resilience. And the Franklin 98 area, just east of the East Point Breakwater, over to about Yent Bayou, was some of the highest priority segments. There were others around the county too, and I'll touch on a couple of those at the end of this presentation. But I just, we've made a lot of progress. Appalachia Regional Planning Council is crushing it. All of this, they brought in multiple grants with 0 local dollars of match required. No money. The county has had to spend no money on that, and brought in, millions of dollars of project to the county. So just want to update you real quick on kind of where we are. The project has been broken into 3 separate construction phases for various reasons. One, we wanted to do a pilot area along public shorelines so that people could get a sense of what we were talking about, what it might look like in reality once it's constructed. So we focused on phase 1 on those public areas. We've also had to break it up a little bit just because in order for us to construct, we need the property owner on the land to agree to it. So even though all of the project is on public lands, it's on sovereign submerged public lands owned by the state of Florida. And the whole purpose of doing this is to improve ecological productivity of the bay and to enhance community resilience. And the way we're doing that is with oyster reefs and salt marsh. The project, as I mentioned, it's funded with multiple grants. Florida Department of Environmental Protection provided an initial grant to do a funding or a feasibility planning project. Commissioner Jones was heavily involved in that. Multiple meetings that we had. Phase 2, we are about to start planting. We've already completed the reefs on. Phase 3, we're on the cusp of having the permits to move forward with that. Kind of hard to see on the map here, but the areas in red are phase 1, the areas in green are phase 2, and then the areas in orange are phase 3. Total, it's about 2.5 miles, 1 mile for phase 1, half a mile for phase 2, and another mile for phase 3. It's not continuous the whole mile, but segments within that area. And again, it's kind of dependent on property owner interest. We've never wanted to force this on anybody. You'll see a little bit later on our phase 3 maps. We haven't started construction yet. You'll see those maps are a little bit off. There's a property in there that's actually not part of phase 3. So the map is a little bit outdated. So phase 1, we got about 2.5 acres of reef. 3 acres of marsh, and we've got more marsh coming. 99 reefs involved in that. The team with WSP has been out collecting data on these projects since before it was constructed, so that they can see before and after. They're also assessing areas that are not part of the project, so they can compare. Okay, well, how is the project area doing in terms of other areas close by? And so one of the things they're looking at is oyster numbers. Now I'm not going to go into this graph. It's a little complicated and everything. It shows the size of the oysters and how many oysters within a quarter square meter. But basically what this says is on the reefs that were constructed for phase 1, we've got about 200 individual oysters per square meter. That comes out to about 1 million oysters per acre. 2.5 acres. Figure there's about 2.5 million new oysters in the bay because of the project. Similarly, they're monitoring the marsh grasses. So the number of shoots, each individual marsh grass shoot, there's about 400 per square meter. And that comes out to about 2 million marsh grass shoots per acre, times, 3 acres there. So it's a lot of grasses, a lot of oysters. What does all that mean? Basically, it means the shoreline is able to capture and hold sediment better. It's able to absorb more wave energy, and ultimately that means more stable shorelines. Next steps, essentially, the folks with Franklin's Promise Coalition, Gulf Corps, they're going to be out there doing some additional planting, and we'll continue monitoring progress of Phase 1 as well. Phase 2, as I mentioned, it's about 1/2 mile of shoreline. We expect about 1/2 acre of reefs and roughly 1/2 acre of marsh. The reefs have been installed. The marsh will be coming soon. Those areas generally just east of the Phase 1 site at the Franklin County School and at Tate's Hell. There's 2 different areas at Tate's Hell East, Tate's Hell West. We just call them Tate's East and Tate's West for short. Phase 3, as I mentioned, we're on the cusp of having the last permit that we need, and construction will begin very shortly after we get that permit. Honestly, we're hoping to have that. We think we'll have that permit next week, as soon as people get back from 4th of July vacation. And there'll be about 69 reefs for that Phase 3 project. And so they're kind of interspersed along the shoreline. It's very hard to see on here, but I don't know, maybe 30% of the shoreline or so will have reefs, maybe not quite that even, maybe 1/4 of it. So Phase 3 is basically going to be from areas around the East Point Breakwater, like the east side of it, over to about the intersection of 65 and 98. I want to take just a quick moment and give you a sneak peek of another project. So Franklin 98 was along Highway 98. This project is along Highway 30A. And in the analysis of all of the shoreline segments that we looked at, there were 2 key areas here. I can't really see it, but where you see the water is very close to the road and there's no vegetation between the shoreline and the road. Those areas were damaged pretty heavily in Hurricane Michael. A lot of money had to be spent to repair that with riprap. We're at a 50% design on this project, essentially, which would involve creating more oyster reefs, adding some clean sand, and then that area that has clean sand will all be vegetated with native coastal vegetation in the area that shows as white. That will help protect the roadway significantly so that County Road 30A will need, well, it'll have a lot more protection during hurricanes, right? These reefs absorb wave energy, so whatever waves are going to be pounding on the shore, they'll dissipate some. We're not going to be able to stop the ocean and stop storm surge and things like that, but it'll certainly help. And again, it's going to help significantly with the productivity. So where we are with that basically is we're about halfway through the engineering and permitting part. We've got a grant proposal out right now. Thank you very much to the county for a letter of support on that, and we hope to get that funded. And then once that is funded, we'll be moving forward with seeking funding for construction and monitoring. I do want to say special thanks definitely to you all for helping us along the way, especially you, Commissioner Jones, for being involved in the earliest stages and coming to our public meetings and our interagency meetings, our steering committee meetings, all of those help really get us going and participating in the project. The visitor center is county property. You're going to have living shoreline there. The Apalachicola National Estuarine Research Reserve has been extremely helpful. They've been champions for us every step of the way, supporting us and permitting stakeholder engagement. They are such a treasure to the community. I hope you recognize that as much as we do. Franklin's Promise Coalition and Gulf Corps, they've been really helpful with, they helped build one of the reefs, and they're supporting us with the planting efforts. The construction team, all local firms primed by North Florida Construction, Coastline Clearing, Tim Butler and his crew have done the majority of the construction work. They're doing a fantastic job, also with support from Jason White Construction. And then, you know, the property owners that are participating, there are hoops that they have to jump through, and I know it's been a hassle for them. We really appreciate all their efforts to be part of this, and we couldn't do it without all of you. So thank you so much. With that, I don't know if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
I have one question.
Sure.
You just mentioned again about the property owners. Have you had any issues, or well, I guess have the property owners having any issues or concerns, and our waterfront property owners about this project, and were they addressed?
Yeah, so essentially, again, this is voluntary. We're not forcing it on anybody. Anybody who's not comfortable with it because they're not quite sure what it's going to look like or things like that, they're just, you know, not participating. The people who have stepped up to participate, they've had lots of questions. We've helped answer all their questions. So no, I would say the main things they say, well, is, can I leave an area for a dock? I'm going to want to build a dock. We say, sure. You just tell us where you think you might want to put that, and we'll avoid putting reefs there. Even if somebody does want to put a dock, and we've already put reefs in, they can go over it. We've also worked with them if they're like, yeah, I want more of a beachy area, you know, here, and yeah, like we like to fish here. Like, we're just totally working within whatever their desires are. The only real considerations that we have to work around is we're staying at least 15 feet from any seagrass bed, the submerged seagrasses. State policy generally is 3 feet, but we're kind of going a little bit beyond that just to be extra safe. So 15 feet from any seagrasses beds, and then we want to stay within the zone where it makes sense to put the reefs. We don't want to go above the mean high water level. If you put rocks up out of the water, you're not going to get oysters on it. They don't grow out of the water; they only in the water. So we have had people like, well, can you put the rocks higher? Well, no, we can't. We've also had people say, well, can I just not have marsh? Can I just have rocks? And we've pretty much said, well, no, it's kind of a package deal. The marsh serves a really important purpose. We can leave some areas, but we need some marsh in there too. So that's basically it. I've had people ask questions like, well, won't a hurricane throw the rocks up on the road? Okay, well, the whole shoreline's already, for the most part, already covered with riprap, right? There's rocks there. Will some of those end up on the road with a big storm? Maybe, because they're up close to the road. But have you ever walked out into mud with a boot on? You try and pull your foot out, it's stuck. Your foot might come out, the boot's going to be stuck, and you're going to have to tug on it pretty hard. Well, that's the way this project is being built. These rocks aren't just being set there, they're actually being pressed down into the mud. So those rocks aren't going anywhere. The other thing is the rocks, we essentially designed it for a minimum rock size of 12-inch diameter rocks on average. Okay, so, think like basketball size maybe. Well, the rocks that are going in are much bigger. They're heavier, they're way more stable. And we told the contractor, hey, if you can do the bigger rocks, go for it. We like it. So we've got way bigger, heavier rocks than the minimum. Any other questions?
Any other questions, Commissioners?
I've got one thing. Last time y'all were here, I asked it. I'm going to keep on asking until I find out exactly. Yent Bio over there, y'all are not going to put no rocks out there around it, are you?
Correct. Correct. We're not going to Yent Bio. Farthest.
That's the only part that worries me right there, because it's a natural creek and it ebbs and flows and all that, and I just the mullet fishermen will have to fit if you do that. They'll run you out of Franklin County, the mullet fishermen will. if you do
Understood,
that.
yeah, we don't want to touch that. We love it, it needs
Okay.
to stay the way it is.
I just want to make
So
sure Aunt Bo ain't gonna be messed up
It's,
with
it's
it.
not, we're not touching that at all.
But now, let me ask you another question,
Sure.
Rick, because y'all are down there all the time, I see.
Oh, yeah.
And I have to say that Spartina that y'all are growing, it is growing by leaps and bounds. Are y'all noticing a lot of the sargassum grass here this year?
Oh, the sargassum?
The brown stuff.
Yeah, so there's sargassum, which is mostly what you find on the Gulf beaches, and then there's the the seagrasses, the submerged seagrasses that slough off just like, oak trees drop their leaves and pine trees drop their leaves. The seagrass beds also lose their leaves, and a lot of that washes up on the shoreline. And you do always see that. And sometimes, certain times of the year, and you'll see, like at Tate's East, you'll see a pretty thick layer of that bury the marsh in some places. But you know what? The marsh grasses love it. It's like the best fertilizer you can put on.
Because I noticed this year that out there where it's usually white sandy, it's now brown looking. And when
Okay.
you go out there to mullet fishing, you shuffling your feet, try to keep the stingrays from stinging you. But you can't tell them because, it's brown out there.
Yeah.
And
It's
so I was just
normal,
wondering,
and it's seasonal. So we'll see more and more. I will tell you, when you say the sargassum, I think you're also probably talking about some of the macroalgae, the larger algae that I have seen a lot of over at Yant Bayou, and it's kind of stuck to the seagrass blades. So that's probably what you're talking about. Yeah.
and I noticed a lot of your rocks that you put into the east of there, like on just about on the bluff, what I call on the bluff right there, it's more the orange, white-looking rocks, and it seems like they're more flatter than rounded like they are. So it looks like that may stabilize and be real good there. Those other rocks, there's some of them rocks that's already covered with mud.
Yeah,
out
so
there.
and if you go back and look at the photos of phase one when it was first installed, it's the same rocks. It's kind of white. It's got some orange patches in it. It's all coming from a mine in Mariana, and over time it will turn dark with algae and every stuff that's growing on it. So those phase two reefs, give it another year, and they're going to look like the phase one reefs.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Rick,
Anybody else?
one more question before you go. What's the total, I know you're not going to build it out, but what's the total project area that's included in what you have permitted?
In terms of the boundaries?
Yes.
Okay, so the farthest west that we would go is, well, we're not going as far west as the East Point Breakwater.
Right.
Okay, the farthest east that we would go is, essentially where it is now, phase two, the end of phase two. So
Close to Yant Bayou.
close to Yant Bayou. There are some additional private properties on the east end of phase two, but west of Yant Bayou. So west of where the road veers away from the water, where everybody pulls off to go fishing. There are properties on this side of it that if we were to get additional funding to do a phase four, those could theoretically be part of that. But we have no intention to go east of those private properties. And one of the reasons for that is, well, there's multiple reasons. It doesn't make sense scientifically and from an engineering standpoint. Property owners don't want it. We did not include that in our Corps of Engineers permit, which took forever to get. We're not going to go through that again, just for those. So there's all sorts of reasons that would be the easternmost extent of it. And as far as a phase four, it is possible if there are other properties that want to participate, that we could pursue funding to do a phase four, whether it's through another grant from National Fish and Wildlife Foundation or some other grant, or if the county were to choose to spend, I don't know, if something opens up on the project list for Restore funding or Triumph funding or something like that, there's definitely an opportunity to expand that.
Okay. I just want to make sure the rest of the commission was aware. I knew the boundaries.
Yeah.
I want to make sure everybody else was aware of it. So the The thing that I really like, a couple of things. I will remind the commission that before this actually got awarded the first time, there was nothing on DOT's list about repaving Highway 98 from Carolina to East Point. Nothing at all. Within 6 months of getting this award, the project hadn't even started yet. They put it on their 5-year plan. Now they're finally starting to do some of that paving. So, yes, it has ecological benefits, and I don't downplay those. That is great. But two other things that are happening that are absolutely fabulous for the residents of Franklin County. The state has now sought that it's proper to do investment in that road and to make it better for the residents and visitors alike, because now that road is actually going to be protected by this living shoreline. The other thing is that until we can do more dredging, the East Point breakwater and channel is going to be clearer longer, because we're not going to continue to have the matriculation every time we have a storm. When the roads wash out, all that material was going toward the channel. It was flowing from east to west. So with these living shoreline places, it's not so much, it's going to keep the water from tearing up the road, but it's also going to keep what's coming from the road from flowing down and stopping up that. That's why in front of David Barber's, over the years, it built up a peninsula. Was from stuff continuing to come down, it was just filling it in. So it's going to help that as well, and that's something I'm excited about.
It will indeed. Yeah, those marsh grasses do a good job of capturing sediments that are suspended in the water, and DOT engineers are very impressed with the project. So,
Mr. Chairman, you had mentioned Corps of Engineers earlier. I was at the meeting up at Chattahoochee Thursday last week, and your project was brought up multiple times. Question for you, and this was what the question was kind of floated during that meeting, was would y'all have any use for any sand?
yes. So on that 30A project, in fact, we've mentioned it to them, and we're hoping that whatever sand comes out of the river that might be available could be that sand that helps protect County Road 30A there.
Well, I will tell you this, we have material from that East River project sitting over there at Timmy's place.
Yeah.
If y'all, I'm just saying, because the timeline with the Corps, with their dredging permit, you guys are outrunning, obviously. The time frame might not match up, but like I said, your name, or the project's name, was floated multiple times in that discussion. My other question is there any future plan to possibly, or would there be a possible extension out later on? Like, this is, say that we see that this is doing a great job of diverting the energy of the waves and this and that. If we went a little further off the shoreline from what you've already got, just my mind is like, this is not this isn't a seawall. This is an energy decreaser, basically. And the further out you got, the further it's going, the longer span you're going to have with that less amount of energy, and it'll protect the shoreline.
Right. So you're correct. If we put the reefs farther out, that gives us more room to plant marsh, and more marsh means better sediment capture and more wave absorption. The seagrass beds are our primary limit. We don't want to go too far out, because then we're on seagrass beds. The other thing is we don't want to go too far out. You'll notice at Tate's Hell, we put some reefs pretty far out on those open sandbars that were not vegetated with seagrasses. And there are some additional challenges from a construction standpoint. We also want to minimize any navigation hazards. We've got those marked with markers, but in some sense, it's kind of like the juice isn't worth the squeeze. So they are providing some excellent benefits. It costs a little bit more to get those put out there, but you can't do a big continuous reef farther out because of the seagrass beds, and we don't want to impact those because they're extremely valuable, important for the bay's health.
I agree. I was just curious.
Yeah.
And for the record, what you've created is what we call coon bars.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you, we're having discussion, obviously, with FWC now that we got some bigger funding. Hopefully we'll have further discussion. They're wanting to put bigger material in places, and due to the past relays from the coon bars, when they took the oysters off, put them out, all of our kumars are basically decimated. So if they can get bigger, and my idea is if they can get bigger, if you want to put bigger material, that's where you put bigger material. Because it's not, I mean, and the public needs to know this, don't run out there and eat these oysters.
Right, yeah.
We don't need anybody sick.
Right.
But this is a great example of, you can put that bigger material out there. All that right there is just a spat producer for the bay.
Yep.
Same thing with the coon bars. We get bigger material on the coon bars, the traditional coon bars. So you've got a great example of what you're doing.
Yeah.
That hopefully we can make that connection with the other powers and potentially do some mirror image of what you got there.
Yeah.
Just from a different approach.
Thanks for making that point. I did want to emphasize, yeah, the Franklin 98 reefs are not intended for consumption. It's for ecological, improvement, ecological health, and it is a larvae source that's going to help colonize those harvestable beds. Yep.
That's a great job, Doug.
And
Thank
I
you.
will say on your question about putting the reefs out farther, the reefs for the County Road 30A project, there are no seagrasses there. So we can put them out farther, and we do plan to put them out farther than what you see on the Franklin 98 area.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That would work really good. Thank you.
Commissioner, I'll have to say, Rick, Destiny, that's a special calling. I'm sorry to tell you
Yeah, it
that.
is.
Yeah, that's
Really
impressive.
good job. Ms. Davina Late, ARPC.
Okay, all right. Good morning. For the record, my name is Divina Lade, and I'm the Director for the Geospatial, Environmental, and Resilience Planning Department with the Appalachia Regional Planning Council. So I'm here today to talk about two things. A quick update on the vulnerability assessment project that we are doing for the county that is funded by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's Resilient Florida program. And the next step to that would be the proposal we prepared, which is the adaptation plan. So, quick update on the vulnerability assessment. It answers the question, which parts of Franklin County, including the critical assets like infrastructure, public facilities, roads, and natural resources, are most vulnerable to flooding today, and under two future conditions. In this report that we did, the future conditions are year 2040 and 2070. There's actually a sample map that I can share on the screen. That's one of the output in that project that we're doing. We submitted the report last week to DEP, and this week we've received 4 items, comments from them that we just need to provide more maps to finally wrap up the vulnerability assessment report. And so this report is just not it's just not another report. This becomes a planning tool for the county to help make better decisions in infrastructure improvement for the years to come. So this exposure maps or depth maps, this shows us what's the extent of the projected flooding, sea level rise induced flooding. I know it's not that big, but in a computer, when it's zoomed in, it shows you what are we identified 81 critical assets. So it ranges from categories like your transportation, your critical facilities, critical infrastructure, or natural resources category type of assets. In this example, it shows this is the range of depth of the projected flood, ranging from 3 feet to 15 or 20 feet. And it shows which of those assets would fall under a certain projected depth in this particular map. So this is one of the, again, the output that was produced in this report. And so this is the vulnerability assessment. So what's the next step? Based on the Florida Statute 380.093, the vulnerability assessment is the first step. We know what are assets that are vulnerable, but the vulnerability assessment report does not tell us what actions we should be doing to mitigate this. That's where the adaptation plan comes in. And that's what ARPC prepared a proposal that we can submit on behalf of the county, or the county can submit it. That plan would really be building upon the vulnerability assessment results, zoom into those identified critical assets, and then develop a more sound plan to ensure that the county is better prepared for the coming years. It also, more components included in that adaptation or resilience adaptation action plan would be identifying what are this specific list, what are these assets that we need to prioritize that would be translated into projects, and identify future funding that we can go after to implement these projects that we identify in the plan. So that's what's in the plan proposal that we shared. I believe we sent a copy of the proposal to the board, to the commissioners, and a narrative about the proposal. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Any questions, commissioners? So, Mr. Vina, the Regional Planning Council will be acting as the contractor in what we have supplied?
That would
Because it's
be,
saying the work is performed by contractor only. That's why I'm asking.
that would be us who will provide the technical support and project management.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure the board was aware that's what we're looking at.
And no county match, correct?
There's no local match, so yeah, thank you for asking that. There's zero local match for this proposal. And the funding that we are applying it for, it would be under the Resilient Florida Planning Grant.
Well, I think that you've highlighted a very important point. We've done the vulnerability assessment, but unless we go to the next steps and find what we need to implement, we've just wasted that time and effort. So I'm good with it.
Do we need to make a motion to vote on it?
We do need to move our motion to vote, correct.
I'll make a motion.
All right. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion, Commissioners? Or questions? Mr. Vina, with approval, is this something that's already going to be submitted like now, or is it? What is the deadline?
The portal actually opens today, so
Okay.
we could start submitting it. So we can submit it on behalf of the county. The Franklin County is still the main applicant. We're
Right.
just doing the data entry on your behalf.
Okay. All right. Any
So-
other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote.
Thank you so much, and happy 4th of July, everyone.
Thank you. And while you're here, Mr. Vina, I want to highlight something to the board.
Yeah.
So, it has been my distinct pleasure as serving on this commission to be able to be a part of the Regional Planning Council. I'm now hoping to step off in November, but I've been their chairman for the last 4 years. They have functioned as an extension of county staff, and that has really worked out for Franklin County and the counties in the region. Because, as we highlighted earlier, we have 15 parks and 7 employees. You know what I mean? We're running an administration building that's got 10 different offices running out of it, and we got 12 employees. And we're doing our best to make good use of taxpayer money. And entities like the Regional Planning Council helps us to be able to do that. So thank y'all for looking out for us, for helping direct us and guide us, and giving us that technical assistance that we do need to be able to take the next step. Because, my goodness, if Commissioner was here, Commissioner Noah Lockley, he would say, look, I don't forget the plans. I want to see what we're doing, right? I don't want to do another study. I want to know what we're doing. So this moves us toward doing, and thank y'all for presenting that today, Mr. Vina.
Thank you so much, and it is our mission to provide planning and technical support to the 9 counties in the region, so it's been an honor to exactly do that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. Mr. Rowe, before we do yours, let's take a
Take a
short
break?
break. Yeah. Franklin County Board of County Commission now back in session. Before we go to Mr. Rome's report, I do want to mention, I failed to do this earlier, Ms. Aaron was online. So I was talking with Nationwide when I was down at the conference. I didn't know that the county already has nationwide deferred compensation for its employees as part of our package, but we do. I think the deal is the Nationwide representative, when they call me, because they're going to be calling me, I will make sure that they need to start sending somebody to Franklin County again to make sure our employees know. So deferred compensation is a pre-tax, employee-funded program that you can do investment with. It works like a 401k, but it's whatever the employee wants to give. It's before the taxes, and it does investment like a 401k would. But it doesn't belong to the county per se, it belongs to the individual employee. So, because we do have some people that are already doing it, but I think we haven't had a representative in several years, so we're working on getting that representative back to talk to the different county departments, make sure that people know it's available. If they want to try to do it, that's fine, you know. Yeah, kind of like Aflac, so just to make sure y'all are aware of that. Clerk, do you have a question? Okay. I just seen the look on your face, I thought you might have had a question. But anyway, it is something that we currently have, some of our employees are doing and have been doing for years, and I think some of the new ones just don't know about it, so.
Mr. Chairman, can I say something?
Yes.
I know someone that has invested in that nationwide program that they've got that you're talking about.
Yes.
And they have done quite well.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if you're young, you need to start doing it now.
Yes.
Don't wait until you get 70 years old to do it. You need to make your money before you need to make your money really and truly before your 50s. And you need to have it there sitting, working for you. So.
Or if you do wait it, when you're older, you just put more, you invest more into it. $500.
I'm giving you some financial advice.
Just be aggressive.
Well, the only reason it come up for me is the person that showed me wasn't even a county employee. They were just showing me about deferred compensation. They didn't start until the COVID year. They've been putting $50 a week, $50 every pay period in there, and they have almost $30,000 in it right now.
Absolutely.
And in 5 years' time, that's not too bad.
No.
So, you know, that's,
$50 too is
yeah.
not a whole lot.
No.
And as E.F. Hutton
Make me
said,
another
past
little
performance is no
bit.
guarantee of future performance.
That's true. That is true. But anyway, I meant to mention that when Miss Aaron was on there before, and I forgot. Mr. Rowan, we're now to you.
Okay.
Sir?
With page 10, item 1, we're going to defer till the next meeting, because by then, Attorney Schuler, Attorney Theriak will have a chance to do that research on the assessment, and then we'll have a discussion.
Before we do, I want to ask a question. When is that quote was for how long? Is that quote still going to be good?
I think you mentioned to me 30 days. I'm going to ask Ms. Smith, Sissy, if she would reach back out to them and ask them if they would extend it by 60 more days
That's
for
fine.
us. I don't see a problem with that personally, but let's.
I just thought I'd ask.
And that way, yeah, that's a good note to make.
Fuel prices went down, that'd be cheap.
Yeah, it might be cheaper, but let's make sure it don't go up. How about that?
Extend quote, okay. Okay, cool. I made a note. So 1 is tabled.
Mr. Chairman, can I bring up something on that before we proceed?
Yes.
I guess procedurally, we probably should answer a question that was raised at our last meeting, if it's okay with the clerk and the attorney. I did ask, and I, from the beginning, asked about funds. I know we're not in code enforcement to make money, but I also thought with the money we do make, what little it is, could go into a fund to help offset some of these costs. Apparently, per Florida statute, that can't happen. It has to go, it's actually going into the clerk's fine and forfeiture fund.
Yes.
And we cannot expend any monies from that fund to help with code enforcement, mitigation of any abatement or anything like that. So if you want to chime in, Clerk Maxwell, please feel free, as long as it's okay with the chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, I actually have a list of the fine and forfeitures. It's criminal justice related matters is what the money can be spent on. But there's a long list of monies. I have an email, hold on, where it can be spent, and which examples are basically facility expenses, maintenance, all dealing with criminal justice issues, records management, court preparation, and attendance, processing of appeals, etc. So anything that is related to criminal justice related matters is what the fine and forfeiture fund is related to. So we can only spend the money on those actually expenses. So yeah, all the money by statute is going to the clerk.
Okay, so let me ask a question just while we're on this discussion. If it can't go toward actually cleaning property, doing those kind of things, can any of the money be used toward the actual expense we have for having code enforcement? Actually staffing code enforcement?
No.
Okay. So do you know, and if you don't know, that's fine, off the top of your head, what is the breakdown? Like, is it 95% of the funds goes to this area and 5% goes here, or 50, 40, 20, you know, how does that work?
I do not have a breakdown, but
Okay.
I could get the breakdown.
Okay.
All of our distributions are broken down to a gazillion different state
Right.
entities.
Right.
So, and I don't want to tell you something and without looking at my
Okay.
distribution schedule to make sure of which one gets a little piece of the pie.
Well, it would be good to know. I don't think it's gonna change anything, you know what I mean, but, yeah, it'd just be good to know.
Yeah.
So
I could definitely get that information to you.
Thanks, Clerk.
You're
I just wanted
welcome.
I know that Mr. Chairman, the last meeting I brought that question up.
Yes.
And now we finally know the answer. So.
Since we talked about that, I want to say something. Attorney Schuler.
Yes, sir.
And you can relate this to Attorney Theriak. Before, it's in reference to, it said allowed the heirs of the property 60 days to clean the property. I guess what I want to say, I guess on our behalf, or my behalf, is, I guess before we entertain spending the county's funds for this, I want to make sure it exhausts every legal option under this. If they allow, can the magistrate require the heirs to clean up the property? You don't have to comment, but I just want you to know that's where I'm at with that.
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure, we exhaust every legal option.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So I want to clarify something that you bring up, Commissioner Kern. If we're exhausting every legal option, that's going to cost money.
Well, I'm just talking about what we doing.
Yeah.
What we doing. When I say legal, like cover our bases.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify. That's
At the end of the day, we discussed about property taxes.
Yes.
And everything, but
Yeah.
I think at the same time we got to watch, which I think we do a good job. Watch our taxpayer dollars and our spending on that.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at with that.
I just wanted to clarify that we were talking about not spending money on actually cleaning up the property until we spend money on the legal side. That's what I was trying to clarify.
No, that was not my intent.
Okay, that's what I'm just clarifying.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask Commissioner Kroom, so you meant like when the magistrate does his order, instead of saying allow, can he just say require at that time?
Yeah.
During the regular hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool, I got it. It's a good point to ask Mrs. Smith. Very good point.
I mean, they don't need to tell us yes or no.
Yeah.
And I guess do we know if they even started cleaning, commissioners? Like, have any work been done and
No.
anything?
Zero.
Zero.
None.
Freaking
No.
school bus.
Okay.
Okay.
That was it.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, move on
Yes.
now? Okay. Item 3, this is on you, Mr. Chairman. So we the chairman met recently with FWC reps to discuss the possibility of the no-wake zone in the East Point Channel. My report are the 2 maps that they provided, and the chairman can explain the difference between the 3 zones and, how that could work. And then, here last week, then I got 2 draft ordinances from staff, from FWC, in which the board could take it, to start the creating those zones. And, but it all depends on which way we go with the 2 docs that we have versus the business doc. Okay, I'll stop talking and let you go.
No, if you would put that map up there, Michael, and
Ooh.
show the 2 circles,
Let's try my best. Where's my computer? Oh, there we go. Okay.
so we can all see what we're talking about. I mean, we got it on our iPads, but I want to make sure that everybody else is seeing what we're talking about.
Go ahead, give me a sec, because I got to do it a little bit.
So I will tell you what he's going to show you. The first picture has 2 circles. So basically, this is something we're just going to have to work around. I will say this, though. When we're able to meet with FWC, they were very gracious. They come to us with, hey, this is how we can get it done, versus, no, we can't do it. It can't be done. It was a completely good conversation. I want to make sure you are aware of that. They did have some, just like everything else, there was nothing really recorded that there ever was a no-wake zone, even though I can distinctly remember the signs, because I grew up in that channel and used to swim in it, like a lot of other people. But that was probably before FWC even existed in their modern iteration. So, but working through this, if we take our county-owned ramp, which is the one to the left in the picture, they can use anywhere they're putting no-wake zones now, in the way the current law reads from, I think the last time it changed was 2021. It's a 500 yard radius. So they can take that, the center, put that in the center and go out, and they can have a no-wake zone for that area. Now, there's also something in there that you see a second circle. We also have a county-owned parcel just to the west of where Miss Lynn's place is. And it is a primitive ramp, but nonetheless, it's a ramp, and it's available to the public. So what they had suggested was we can do an ordinance, working with staff, and go ahead and get the no-wake zone for the first boat ramp. We can do some minor modifications to the other public ramp to make sure that it's cleared, that it's got a sign there at least designated. We don't have to have anything untoward like a bunch of parking spaces or restrooms or anything like that. It just has to be noticed that it's publicly available. And we do that, then we can amend it and add that one. Because of the proximity, it would then cover from the west boundary of the first one all the way to the east boundary of the second one. So the other picture that's available, Michael, if you'll scroll down just a second, with all 3, also includes a ramp area that a current owner has, that it's privately owned. So that's a discussion we can have with them. If there's a couple of options there that I haven't talked with the property owner about, so I won't go into any detail today. But if we could add that third zone, then it would go all the way from the west to the east, covering all 3 areas. The hope is we can get one in place all the way to the west end, and then when we do the amendment, we can add both the other 2, and that whole area would then be a no-wake zone or a low-speed zone. So that's what we're looking at, and that's the way they brought to us to be able to make it work. Now, it doesn't go any further, but there's not really anybody further down that has a boat ramp or anything that's public or could be publicly available in that way. I did not ask them about an area to dock in, if that could be considered, but we can have that discussion with them going forward. But I think our first thing is to try to do what they suggested, and that's continue to work with staff, get something in place that allows for the no-wake zone down there by our county-owned boat ramp, and then we can do the amendments and add the other 2. So I just need to make sure you guys are good with that by motion and vote, and we can actually get to working on it. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
So basically, we're going to potentially vote to, at first, the beginning, the easiest would be the 2.
No, just the first one.
Just the first picture. And then do the ordinance.
The very first circle.
Yeah,
the
not
very first
necessarily,
circle.
yes.
And then
Yes.
do the ordinance that would cover
The
a
other
pretty
2.
good distance.
Yes.
And then the second would be an ordinance to
Amend.
These 2.
amend
Yep.
to add the third circle.
Both 2, the second and
A
the
second
Yes.
circle, and then that's gonna make the whole, pretty much
Yes.
most of the channel where all the boat ramps, primitive or
Otherwise.
public and privately owned,
Yes.
no wake zone, which I feel like is very important. So,
Yes.
I just wanna make sure,
If that's
what
the
I
way-
understood that correctly.
Yeah, and if that's the way you can get it done, because down there on Rio Vista, we don't have nothing that will.
I think it's our only option.
Yeah.
And like I said, I
Yeah.
don't want to, I haven't been able to talk yet with that private property owner, so I don't want to give you what they said or the requirements to be able to do it, but there is a way forward.
Yeah.
And I will have that conversation with that private property owner.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion to proceed with
Second.
that.
All right. So we have a motion to approve. try to start out with this boat ramp down there by our county ramp, and then look at amending and adding the other 2 areas by Commissioner Ward. And it's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion or questions before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Mr. Brown?
Good. Okay. So, okay. So the next 2, of course, the governor signed both of these bills last night, yesterday afternoon. So it's a little outdated as to, pending. It's no longer pending. So now we need to appoint someone to the Apalachicola Water and Sewer District Board.
No.
You want to take that one too, sir?
Yes, so that's, as far as I know, the way it's written up, there's going to be appointments from 3 from the governor, 1 from the city of Appalachia, and 1 from the county. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you understand, yes. So, it's a pleasure of the board. I know that Mr. Billy Fuentes had talked to several of us about serving and doing that. I do know he's the administrator for the East Point Water and Sewer District. So I personally think he's a good addition, but that's however this board feels. There's going to need to be a lot of structure. There's going to need to be people at that table that understand what it takes to properly function and make the business side of this venture work. And I think he's a good candidate. Plus, the other requirement is that everybody that serves on this board has to be attached to the district. So he is a water and sewer user for the
Apalachicola Water District.
He lives in Greater Apalachicola. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Croom just had a concern to make sure there would be no conflict because he is the admin of East Point, but you yourself has explained to me that you've been appointed, you're county commissioner, you appointed several boards by the governor, and then you serve in other boards representing counties, so.
Well, yes, so when I first was running for election, I got appointed to the East Point Water Board by the governor. And my question with the appointments person at that time, I told him that I intended to run for county commission, and I wanted to make sure if I accepted that appointment that I wasn't somehow going to foul myself up. So they said, well, let me call you back. And they called me back in a couple minutes and said, no, if the governor appoints you to anything and you get duly elected to something else, there is no conflict because you're appointed to one and you're elected to the other. So I've been serving on both ever since.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that was my only question or concern, but
I think Billy, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I think Billy, like you said, is going to need some structure, and I think he's proven himself to have structure, so I don't mind Billy serving as well.
Yeah.
I will, just so the board knows, Mr. Jimmy Gander also had made a, he has interest in serving on that. Hopefully, the governor will make that appointment if we choose to go this route. But I again, Mr. Fuentes has got a lot of experience being on that East Point department. But again, like I said, I don't know how we could possibly talk to the governor about local appointments. But I think he should listen to some of our concerns with it and some of the people that we would like to see him consider for the appointment. Is there anything ethically wrong with that, Attorney Schuler?
Anything wrong with it?
Can we maybe have a conversation at a different setting?
I'm sure.
And talk to a lobbyist too, depending on that conversation?
Yeah.
I'll tell you how to do it. Contact the governor's appointments office. That's all you got to do. Tell them what you want.
Every time I've contacted anybody from congressman right on down, I hadn't got a phone call back, but I'll go that route.
So, what's the pleasure of the board with this?
I'll make a motion to appoint Billy Fuentes.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the appointment of Mr. Fuentes to sit on this water authority by Commissioner Croom, seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, I want to make a statement after this.
Okay.
This is a serious situation here. And I want the people to know that I take it to heart on this. And that is the governor's right to do that. And we're only doing what we're supposed to do as designated by the governor in doing this. So, anyway.
We've been doing what we've been told to do.
It's what we're being told
Yes.
to do.
Yep.
And this, I want nobody, I don't want the politics of the city of Apalachicola being interfered in this board. You know what I mean? And I just feel for it. But I feel for the people too. So, anyway, that's just a statement from me. We have to do a job sometimes that we don't like to do sometimes, but you just got to do it.
Well, to elaborate on that, Commissioner Sanders, the thing we can do, though, is to make sure that from our, what little bit we can do, that we make the right decision, putting people in the right places. That's going to represent the people that use that water.
That's right.
So.
That's right.
All right, Mr. Rowe.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, you're on a roll. I'll let you take item 5.
It's your report, not mine.
Well, it's our report. So.
Here we go. Now the truth comes out. After 6 years.
Wait, I won't do that too.
We're going to get you.
Let me hush, I'll be saying something wrong. So the other thing that passed was the St. Joe Port Authority. Now, we cannot, as a commission, we don't have any say-so on appointing any members, but we can make recommendations, and I think that's what the legislators and the powers that be wanted from us, was to know if we had any recommendations. And I do know I spoke with Mr. Mike Cates about the possibility, and he actually shocked me how quickly he said yes. For his first thing, he says, well, you know me and boards. I said, yeah, Mike, I do. He said, yes, I'll be willing to do it. So it was just that quick. So this is another, it's going to be a more regional thing. But again, this does not mean that Mr. Cates will serve on that board. It just means that we recommend to the governor to approve him as a resident from Franklin County. Because that's the thing that it does have, it does need to be a member from Franklin.
You don't know how they're going to take it.
No, you don't. But is the board okay with making that recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Second. Oh.
Okay, so a motion by Commissioner Amison, it's been seconded by Commissioner Croom and Commissioner Ward. Any discussion?
Anytime I can put Mike Cates to work, I'm going to jump on.
I knew something was coming. I shouldn't have said discussion. I apologize, Mike Cates. With no other discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, Commissioners, moving on. Mr. Bill Williams informed me that Mr. Mike Clark resigned from the county's EDC, and he and I would like to know the process of how we will move forward with replacing Mr. Clark on that, on the EDC. Not replace, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. Thank you, Commissioner Sanders. How we can fill that vacant seat. How about that?
So, I will say this to make sure the board is aware. Because this EDC board is new.
Yes.
But the way we have it made up is Mr. Clark was there sitting in the seat of education.
Okay.
So we have different people from different parts. There's Blue Water there. Mr. Roger Mathis is there. We have people from the building industry in the county, construction. We have education. We have banking. We have several different areas because we want it to be a complete board of the community. So whoever it is needs to be tied in education in some way, because we want somebody on that Economic Development Council, just like the other seats, to be able to speak up and say, hey, what y'all talking about doing, it's not going to work for the education sector. It's going to cause this, or it's going to be great for the education sector. We could have somebody that's tied into it, though.
I've got somebody in mind now that you said that.
Yeah, I do too, but that's fine. You know, we can have those discussions. Might be better, Michael, to let some of us reach out to people and see who's actually interested in serving.
Yeah.
Okay, and then let me know.
But it does need to be tied to education.
Okay.
And I don't mean just, you know, they've been to the school before and they volunteered. That's
Yeah.
not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
They need to be tied to the educational structure.
This person I'm talking about is a doctor of education.
Okay.
But yeah, that's how we're trying to fill that seat.
So you guys will give me a list of candidates, I'll bring it to the board next meeting, and you guys appoint somebody, basically?
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
That works for me.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Or you not gotta write this down, you know, in my head.
Just make sure you take that paper with you when you go.
Yeah.
Always.
I hate Mr. Clark.
Actually, I take it and I scan it right away.
I do too. While you're writing it down, I will say this. For the time he was able to give, I'm very thankful to Mr. Michael Clark
Mr. Clark.
for not only the things he done with that, showing again that he don't need to show, but showing again that his devotion, his allegiance lies with the people of Franklin County, as well as other members on that board. But, you know, Mr. Clark has been doing this for a long time. I mean, I can remember, of course, people don't refer to him that way now, but he was Coach Clark when I first got to Kimbrough High School. But he wound up being a principal, administrator at the school, wound up serving the district administratively, put in many years for the residents and the future of Franklin County because he was around the kids. So I'm very thankful to all the time he was able to give.
Yeah.
Hope it only the best and that things work out for everything him and his family.
He was on the hospital board for
Yes,
us.
he was.
Great
guy, great
A
family.
lot of years. But the man is I'm telling you, he is something else. His heart is just full of Franklin County and for Franklin County and the kids and the
Yes, it
people.
is.
It's just something. But, yeah, I'll give you a name.
Okay, works for me. All right, commissioners, item 7, Mr. Chairman, I think I could figure this one out.
There you go.
Okay, so your project is starting at the end of the month, so as of July 27th, this room will no longer be accessible. So,
That's quick.
yeah, I'm glad it's moving. Fine, you know, one of those things that's, okay. So, yeah, so we will be moving everything to the Armory. More than likely, I will take a visit the Armory either Friday or Saturday of this weekend, because I got to start mapping out audio and video and all that stuff. And then Eagle Tree is going to help me with the network to, you know, make sure we have that down. But I'll probably, if they also did the rehab with the offices, more than likely, if there's enough space, I will move my office over to the Armory too, while the meeting room is over there. It makes it a lot easier in case we need to make copies or whatever. But that'll be done as of the 27th. This room will not be available. Actually, on July 28th is the AOED meeting. So, and then on 29th, the 30th would be the Weems meeting. So they're going to be the guinea pigs to make sure it works. So by the time you guys get there, everything will be clicking. But I just want to let you guys know, we'll run some ad. It'll be on the website. And away we go until they say October 14th. Not that I doubt contractors, but I will tell you, we probably won't get back in there until the first meeting in November, more than likely. I will have to work with Heather, though, because she was depending on the room for primaries, so we might have to put a TV on the outside there, and I connect from her office with Zoom out there, so there's an overflow from her office. She was expecting to do everything in here. If the overflow, it'll be out there in the lobby. So just want to let you guys, if you think of anything else I should be thinking of, please let me know. I'm trying to cover as much bases as possible with this move. Yeah, it won't be easy, but once we get it up and running, just to let you guys know, in case you're wondering, what we'll do, we'll set up the meeting room in the, what I refer to as the fireplace room. And we'll keep that. If we have a big meeting that I expect overflow, then I'll move it to the big room if needed. But all the boards, your regular meetings will run in the fireplace room.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a concern. If we do have it in the big armory room, but we had an Opportunity Florida meeting there a while back, and the acoustics are horrible. So we're going to have to figure out, if we do have that, how to mitigate that issue.
Terrible.
In my past life, I've DJ'd many weddings inside the Armory, and so there is a trick to dealing with that. And besides that, I think the rehab might have included, they might have put some sound absorption.
Baffle boards.
Baffle boards in the
did, that would
roof.
be
and
good.
some- I think I heard that discussion. I will verify that.
Okay.
Just
But
make
yes.
sure, just make sure the AC is working.
Yes,
Not
sir.
like back in prom, we didn't have any. They got it now, it's working.
Yeah. I wasn't 54 then, so.
So, do you guys know that there used to be a basketball court at one time?
I don't know.
I can believe that.
There was a
I can see
shooting
that.
range upstairs.
Upstairs too, yeah.
I can see that.
And
That's
Mr. Chairman, with the renovation project being complete, hopefully you have a lot more electrical outlets to plug all the stuff
Yes.
in.
A lot more.
Yeah.
Yes, in the main room, yes, they sure will.
And a good
Yes.
sturdy wall
Yeah.
on the back.
Yes, that too.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Michael, so we talked about moving it here, or there in particular, because of, it's not just the county commission meeting. It's the AOED, it's the planning and zoning.
Weems.
It's Weems Hospital Board.
Yep, all
yeah,
that, yes.
Several boards that
Yes.
meet in this room, so.
So that's there. Okay, item 7 is done. Item 8, Commissioner Emerson, that's your turn. You touched on this meeting earlier in the meeting?
Yeah, and I'll keep it short and sweet. As I said earlier, I went up to Chattahoochee to the meeting with the Corps of Engineers and looked at the whole dredging permit plan, all that good stuff. They wanted to engage with the counties ahead of their official engagement with the state, I guess is the best way to put that, to get an idea of what, how we're feeling about it now. RCSC, well, formerly known as RCSC, is ARPA now. They were there, they represented the counties as well in the discussion. I don't even know where to go with this. Basically what it is you know me. So I just got Mr. James Haythorne, I think I'm pronouncing his last name right, but anyway, Mr. James and me had some discussion. He is one of the lead engineers with this, and I just flat out asked him, I said, if y'all start dredging, put commercial traffic on the river, I said, I'm getting pulled in too many directions. I just want to know a yes or no. I want an answer to a question. Will that bring more water down to our bay? And he said yes. And there's no other answer than yes. He's now obviously on a year like we've had this year with drought conditions, no. But I mean, that's just common sense. But he said, the only people that this would affect on a normal season would be the homeowners around Lake Lanier. They would see a slight decrease in levels, and we're talking, minimal really, foot and a half, a foot, something like that. But yes, they would have to release water down as long as the conditions are right. We're not in a drought, which is basically what we were trying to figure out a definite answer on, or I was myself. And like I told them up there, whatever comes down or whatever don't come down is what we're the ones that's going to wind up on we're the last ones that it affects. So we just need some straightforward answers. That way we can make decisions moving forward. That's about it. I mean, I've looked at the project. We weren't allowed to take pictures in there because we had, it's one of those meetings. It wasn't an executive session, but we weren't allowed to take any pictures of their maps. But anyway, the Corps' already started on the project with the locks. I think 28 is their deadline on that when they'll be completed. So everything will be functional. Trying to think if there's anything else I left out there. I don't know. If y'all got any questions? Maybe if y'all got a question, I might trigger something.
Did they have any discussion or mention being able to, number one, take care of past areas where sand was left, actually removing that while they're doing dredging as well?
But that's where the cameras had to go away. Okay. They're looking at, instead of having on-bank sites, they're looking at moving in-bank in certain areas. Now, obviously, there's going to be some discussion with the property owners of that, and that's where, the rubber's going to kind of meet the road, so to speak. A lot of that is, I think there's a couple private, I think most of it's public, though, or state land. But that's, in a nutshell, they're just wanting to move it off the immediate bank, get it into an area there, which is going to take some pretty big areas. Now, this is a 30-year projection, or it might have been a 50. I'm not sure. So obviously, the initial ask on that is going to be some big areas. But then I foresee, once they start doing maintenance, it won't be as much material going in those areas. There was some discussion about how the state would feel about wetlands, things like that. And obviously, the Corps has been in discussion with the state, and what was told to us is they've been in enough discussions that if their projected plan was a no-go with them, then they would have said, hey, find a different route. So they feel comfortable moving forward, hopefully down the road with the state. The state is kind of on board with what they want to do. We won't really know that until it happens, but that's about it.
Well, I'm hopeful.
And I will say this, I sat there and I watched, like I said earlier, ARPA was, that they represent us, and I was trying to kind of gauge them, how they are representing us, and they are representing us well. Their main thing is, and they told the Corps this, we want to see you get the permits. We're just trying to figure out, with our advice, how you could potentially miss or run into a roadblock with the state. And that's where the discussion came in with Mr. James. It's like, well, we're talking to the state, and if we're hitting going down a path that they don't want us to go down, we were enough into the discussion, but I think they would have told us to back up, reverse. But that's kind of where their main thing is. They're just kind of playing devil's advocate because they, in their own words, want to see the dredging, but they just don't want to see it get shut down. So find a happy world where everybody can coexist, so to speak. But
That's hard to do.
Sounds good. I'm hopeful that they can do two things. I hope two things can be addressed while they're doing that. I hope that they can find a way to address removing old spoils that have been more detrimental to the system, and or if the state would be amenable, if the state would allow in each of these counties that are part of this, areas that the state owns, that they could unload that spoil so they can be gotten to and moved. You know what I mean, and taken away, so we don't have that problem going forward.
And I will tell you, that was part of, I'm kind of condensing this down, because I sat there and listened to Liberty County, Gulf County, Gas County, you know what I mean? I listened to everybody, and then, they were talking about going back to the 1950s, what was going on in gas and Liberty, and finally I just, I said, well, I'm gonna tell you what's going on in Franklin County. and I just went on my whole little soapbox kicks about the head of the bay's gotten hard since the dredging stopped, and we had all the dates sitting there.
Yep.
I said, that's what the normal people of Franklin County coincide with our ecological changes down here, is we associate it with the fact that the dredging stopped in 2000, and it got worse quicker, I guess, or it just, what we had transpired over a 20-year period of a major change up there. And so we want to see, that's the history of Franklin County, which I'll elaborate a little more, up there when I was up there. But I think, and I straight up asked Mr. James again after the meeting, I said, just how motivated is the Corps to do this, And he told me that the Corps' main mission with the whole Apalachicola, Chattahoochee, Flint was a navigational mission. That was the original intent of it. It's right within their mission statement. So, if they get the dredging approval, then that's going to force them to let water down, but to maintain navigation. So.
Good. Any additional questions or thoughts? Commissioner, thank you for that update. Mr. Morone?
Okay, let's move on to the ethics. Let's get this FAC conference. Okay, so let me do it this way. Besides property taxes, what else was discussed?
Mr. Mel, I will say, and I was going to bring this up under Commissioner comments, but I'll go ahead and bring it up now. I know earlier, Ms. Collins got up there and was talking about public comment about growth and development. I think it was Commissioner Jones and I were sitting in a class with a senator and a representative. Kaylee Tuck was represented. I don't remember the guy, the senator's name. Anyway.
Wasn't that
So-
Jeff Brandon?
No. This is a
This was
different
somebody
guy. And this guy used to be a former county commissioner. So the reason why people, the state, we're getting a lot of, with the Live Local Act, we're getting a lot of preemption on things, on building, on, everything. We are getting preempted because, according to these state representatives, the state wants us to grow. So in our comp plan, apparently, we're supposed to have something in there that states our county's supposed to grow by X amount every year.
That's what they were saying.
I don't know if our comp plan does
I
that.
don't think
which I know
ours does.
we talked about the amendment. So that also answers Ms. Collins' question about who does that. Well, we have comp plan that our county planner goes by, and with Florida statutes that are current. But all that to say, we're supposed to grow. The state wants us to grow. And they're preempting a lot of these city and county local governments because we're not growing fast enough. So they're trying to basically put handcuffs on our hands and putting our feet to the fire to say, if you're not growing, we're going to make you grow, whether you want to as a county to grow or not. So regardless, growth and development, the state is saying, if you're not going to do it, then we're going to force your hand to do it, which I think is totally wrong. Because if that's the case, then what are we even doing here?
Yeah.
Why are we up here?
Well, you have a comp plan.
Yeah. So I just want the public to be aware of that, because I know that, we as a board get a lot of questions and concerns about growth and development and this and that project. And I also want to reiterate that a lot of times, if a property's zoned a certain way, as long as it goes with our comp plan and our land use plan and our future land use map, there's nothing we can do or say about it. We can sit up here and discuss it all day and not approve it or not want it, but it's going to happen, because if we don't let it happen, then we could get sued because we're not letting them do what we want with property rights. So it's a property right issue versus, comp land, what's allowed and what isn't. A lot of people think that we have control over all of the development in the county, and we don't. We don't. And if somebody wants to go build a Walmart I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if they want to build a Walmart on a property that's commercially zoned and it goes with our comp plan and everything else, we don't have a say in that. Now we have to approve the commercial site plan, or it will come. It'll be presented for us to approve or disapprove it. But again, things are out of our control, and I just want the public to be aware of that, because they come and say they're upset with us or they're upset with the decisions that we make. But I want them to know that it's not all our decisions. It's not. So I just want to make a point of that. So that was one of the things, of course, I think we all kept saying, if we have to go to another property tax thing, we're going to be so upset. But I'm going to throw this out there, and I'm just going to throw this out there, and I know I'm speaking in hypothetical terms, but this is what is going to happen. And you can, as I sit here and I live and breathe, it's amendment number 3, by the way, on the ballot, the property tax initiative. The governor, as we all know, said he's not going to advocate for it or against it, because the language that he had in there was not the language that the legislature accepted that is in the amendment. With this, if it passes, and there's speculation as to if it is or if it isn't, if it passes, you're going to see the county start to absorb the city governments, and you're also probably going to potentially see the absorption of other counties, because they've also stated, the legislature, that they want to start seeing less counties in the state, that Florida doesn't need 67 counties. One legislature says only 29 should be
Representative Dugan out of Jacksonville.
I saw that too.
And they're going to start with a fiscally constrained county.
Yes. I would put him out.
Circulate.
So another thing that I thought about was, with this, if this property tax proposal is approved and it goes into law, you're also going to see term limits, because they're already trying to get term limits for county commissioners. You're going to see, it's in a way, it's twisting their arms to make it where there's term limits. Because guess what? Who's going to vote for a commissioner sitting on this board raising the millage rate every year?
Yeah.
We're at 5 mills right now. We're one of the lowest in the state. If we're raising the mills every year, guess what? Is Mr. Mason Bean going to elect us? Is Mr. whoever else out there going to elect us, saying, well, they're increasing my taxes. I'm not going to vote for them no more. So in a sense, that's giving term limits to commissioners.
Yeah, a backdoor way to do it.
A backdoor way of doing it. So those are just my thoughts. It's a precarious issue for sure. I know a lot of people are out there saying, well, they're just giving us scare tactics to try to coerce our decision. But just so you know, the title on the amendment is Save Our Homes.
Mm-hmm.
So of course, if you see that in big bold letters, how do you think people are going to vote? So I know we've got a lot of discussion on that coming up. I know we've discussed it a lot already, but I just want to know the public to be aware that that's kind of what was discussed at our conference down south.
So I intend for our budget workshops to be very lengthy this year.
Oh, yeah.
I do not intend to get both days done in one day.
Bring some snacks.
That you better
Yeah.
come prepared, because it's going to take a while. And not for any other reason other than the fact we're trying to do our due diligence. So on the other side of what you're saying, Commissioner, I 100% believe we need to prepare like it's going to pass, because I believe it is.
Oh, yeah.
So we need to be willing to do whatever it takes to just make it work, because at the end of the day, listen, all the residents can't be smart enough to vote me in the office and not be smart enough to know what to do with property taxes. So, I believe they're smart enough to put me here, so I have to do my best to make sure that we do whatever the will of the people is. And I'm good with that. I have no problem with that at all. Will it be tough? Yes. But as I've heard it said before, we do our best to provide all the services that the residents are willing to pay for. And that's exactly what we do. So, we'll see where it goes.
A lot of commissioners was down there talking about they were gonna have a regular budget that they usually have, and then one they call the bare bone budget in case this does pass. But you gotta realize our budget goes in October 1st. This will not be voted in until November if it's voted in then. But it'll be January when it starts, really and truly. So you really gotta be, there. And to add something that Commissioner Ward was saying, I believe this is a tactic with the state as far as going and saying, they wanted term limits on county commissioners. I'm the one you need to speak to. It's the people that puts us back in office. We don't put ourselves automatically back in office. But I think they have tried and tried and tried. They have tried for so many years to get the term limits on the county commission, and they never have been able to succeed because the arguments is before you. The people voted you in there. And I think this is one way they're trying to say, okay, if we don't get rid of them one way, we're going to do it the other way, because once we get to having to make decisions and you don't have ad valorem tax money coming in to make those decisions, and you can't provide the service, and you can't, provide what the people want, then what are they going to do? They're going to out every one of your commissioners, and that's the only way they can do it. But there's a lot of stuff in there, but I'm a person of positive thinking. And I read something over the weekend that a good friend of mine wrote, and he said, I looked at this property tax as a thing to help me and my family in my older age, and if you really get to thinking about it and stuff, this is not a good thing. Where this fly is aggravating me. But where it was, you thought it would be a good thing to do away with the property tax. It's not a good thing because you're not going to have the services. You're not going to have such a timely answering calls when the sheriff is called, or when EMS is called, or any of that. I mean, it's a lot of, and what makes me sad about the whole thing is we have just gotten to where our quality of life is up to a higher standard in this county with your hospital, your emergency medical services, and all that other stuff. And now it's just gonna go, and it just scares me. So I'm hoping and I'm praying that the good Lord smiles upon the state of Florida and realizes that this is something that we need to fund the services for the people. Do we need to cut budgets? Don't know. What do we need to do? We won't know until after the vote's taken. So I think we need to be prepared for anything that comes down the line.
Mr. Chairman, I did say that basically what they're trying to do too is rob Peter to pay Paul. Because one tax is going to form into another tax. So you're still paying taxes. It's just a matter of what format you're paying that tax in. A shift, yeah. So.
Well, as you can tell from this conversation, all they talked to us for about 3.5 days was taxes.
But, I wasn't down there, and I was actually going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and chime in here, because I was saving this for commissioner comments, because I've been going down every rabbit hole you could imagine, And I'm just gonna tell you what I think about it, as far as how the governor's initial ask, we probably could have lived with that. The way the governor originally went in and asked for this, because he had a plan for fiscally constrained counties, and the legislators took that out, all right? He had the law enforcement and all that stuff was in play there, where they would be exempt from it, and they took that out. I think what's happening is that the legislators have watered the governor's initial plan down so much that they're in they're just like they're leveraging a win or a loss here, if you will, because they're trying to water it down to where to push it to the point where there won't be that 60% to pass it. And then if it does, now they're running around saying, okay, and this is the thing. I think y'all all got shared that video that I sent Mr. Marone. But what they're going to do is, well, if it does pass, now we can justify consolidating counties. And they don't have to go to the public to get that done. Nope. They can do that right there behind the closed or behind the door in session or whatever. They can make that decision without any control from the citizens in the state. And that's just that's them playing politics. But I'm telling you, and you know, the people that we have coming here complaining about development, you let them consolidate these counties to where you don't have a board like this or anything that can, you know, that's wanting to have a slow growth, and see what happens. You want to talk about don't Panama my Franklin County? You let them counties consolidate right there, and you'll see Panama right here. So everybody needs to be aware of it, and they need to make a decision on it. At the end of the day, I know, and I'm going to say this, but Commissioner Ward told me she's been losing sleep. I told her, I said, I've been sleeping fine. You know why? Because it's going to come down to what the people vote for. And if the people do not do their diligence and look at this and research it and have this discussion, then they're going to get what they asked for. And us five can't control that. Nope. We're just going to deal with what we get put in front of us the best we can. Yep. And I'm going to go to bed tonight just like I did last night. Yep. So. Yep.
Mr. Pruitt, you're being quiet on the.
Listen, y'all said everything.
We said more than enough, didn't we? Okay, good.
You know, I spoke with Aaron about it, and I think, you know, we need to prepare as if it's going to happen and have two budgets like we've been discussing, you know. I did, you know, I spoke with several people. I think I was in the FACT board meeting, you know, somewhere else, another class, I can't remember. I was class workshops run together. But anyway, I think Jessica was with me on this one, but they said they began creating like a political signs saying your tax dollars pay for this services. Like it's at the library. Yeah. One of those signs is here, we clean these ditches. So people actually know and educate what they're actually paying for their property taxes. And I said, man, I thought that was a good idea. Yeah. But I think it comes to the people looking and educating. You know. It's not popular. It's not going to be a popular post. It's not going to be a popular share, but that's where we're headed.
I've had people call me. I said, look, talk to Aaron. Really? But I mean, honestly, I don't want to sit here and try to make someone feel as though I'm trying to persuade them to vote either way. Like I said earlier, we're going to do what the people want. Yeah. But I just hope that they go out there and look and make sure that whenever they cast that vote, that they understand what they're voting for. That's all. You know.
It should be that way on any constitutional amendment.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, but you should know what you're voting for because you're changing the Constitution.
Well, but the thing about it is, y'all, this board has always done their just duty at trying to save the money, do the most with your money. All the time I've ever been up here, we've done that. Why do you think we've got a millage rate at 5.04? You know, I mean, one of the lowest ones, like you said, Commissioner, one of the lowest ones. We do what we try to. We try to accommodate the needs of the people. You know, I've always told you there's needs and there was wants. we would love to want to have the whole world at our feet, but we don't. But we take care, we try to take care of the needs of the people. And we're doing it pretty cost effective, you know, so.
Mr. Chairman, I'll never forget, maybe you did, when you started serving on some counties, FAC, somewhere else, you called me one day, I don't know where you were, at a conference, and you said, Michael, do you know we get punished for having a low millage rate? And I was like, huh? He said, I just attended a conference. We cannot get certain grants because our millage rate is so low. That kind of stuck with me for all the years that
They're saying you're not doing enough to help yourself.
You said that, yeah. So in a way, you get punished for doing good, Commissioner.
That's true.
That's what you said.
But it is what it is.
That's
the way it's
all
right,
set up.
too.
Yeah, you know, but
Get punished for being
let me say, I think, especially since Commissioner Sanders had mentioned this, the same thing she said today, Aaron and I talked. What I recommended, if you guys want something different, I guess you let her know. I said, Aaron, rather than creating two budgets right now, everything that you put on the budget, you need to explain to the board, is this required? You know, or is this optional, or, you know, so that you guys will have a sense as you look at each item. Do we have to fund it, continue to fund this or not? Do we have a choice? You know, so she's gonna set up some kind of code, and she liked that. So she will, and she'll get with you guys to discuss it one-on-one
Well,
as she reviews the budget with you guys.
And you're basically gonna look at a line item budget.
Yes.
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 You know?
Yes, ma'am.
You're gonna have to.
Again,
I've always-
a lot longer than one day, just
Oh, yeah.
know that,
Oh, yeah.
so.
Yeah.
But-
And we're also, Michael, are we gonna, I don't know an update, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, are we actually gonna have everything available to use this year for the budget? Is that what Ms. Aaron's been working on?
In
With the
reference,
software, or is that gonna be next year?
no, I think she's trying to do both, but she wants, you will have the standard budget the way we do
Right.
with electronic book. As we get past, and let me not speak too far down the road for her, I think her intention is, once you get past the budget workshops, then she'll have that public interface
Okay.
ready.
Like
So
we
the public,
voted on,
yeah,
yes.
so they can
Yes.
then see it, you know?
Yeah.
I
Come on,
mean,
ClearGov.
Yes.
yeah, they'll have
Implementation.
access to the electronic book like we've always done for the public. That'd be the same. Afterwards, that easier dashboard view, I guess I could say, from ClearGov is what she'll be working on after the, because you know, during your workshops, there will be changes, you know, so she wants to make sure she puts it in there, it's what you guys approved of. And let me say, I know it's not to confuse anything, the budget workshops on the 21st and 22nd, I think, that will be in here. We will
Yes.
not be in the Armory as
Yeah.
yet. The
Right.
Armory was not till after the 27th.
That's right.
So just want to make sure everybody knows
So
that.
that'd be the last thing we're actually doing here is the budget.
Probably, yes, sir. Yes. Good way to send out the old and bring in the
Yeah,
new, I
right.
guess, yeah.
So, to clarify, Commissioner Sanders, what you were asking earlier, the budget we talked with Ms. Aaron about doing is, so there are, the monies we're paying for the employees, there's monies we're paying for different things, there are monies we're paying for things that the state has mandated, unfunded mandates that we
Unfunded
have to
mandates,
fund.
yes, sir.
There are partnerships we have with the state that we fund, like we give part of the money for the health department, even though it's the state health department. So anything that's mandated for us to pay, she's gonna notate that, and then everything that's extra, she's gonna notate that way. That way we know what we're looking at.
Yep. Rough 2 days. All right, ethics classes, Angela will be contacting you. Make sure you have your correct, yes, it is that time of year. You have your correct login and password to get in, and you have until the end of the calendar year to get those done. Holiday schedule, your county offices are closed Friday, July 3rd for the 4th. State offices will be closed Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Monday. I asked Susan on the way in, the state attorney, they're only closed on Thursday and Friday, but they're not closed on Monday. So that's their schedule. I haven't checked with the judge or any of your constitutional officers. So, as you know, your celebrations start this evening over at East Point, and that starts out 4 different days of fireworks and celebrations. So, just want to let you guys know what the schedule is, and of course, your upcoming meeting dates, as I always post.
All right, anyone have anything else for Mr. Morrow?
Mr. Chairman, I do, and I'll try to be brief. One is, I'll cover the easy one first and the hard one second. I talked to you a while back about potentially doing we talked about doing some kind of volunteer recognition. So I know we had Chip Sanders here a while back, thanking him. I feel like there's a lot of people in our community, one of which Pastor Scotty Lally, I mean, the list can go on and on and on, who do a lot for our community. And I feel like that it would be pertinent upon us if we recognize those individuals, I don't know, on a monthly basis, a quarterly basis might be better. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about it, but I just feel like, and we talked about Mr. Clark. We have a lot of people that volunteer their time and effort on the boards representing us in this county, and I just feel like that they need to be recognized to some. It don't have to be anything special. Just have them come to a meeting, give them, a little plaque or something, or not even a plaque. It don't matter. Just recognize them. Say thank you. We thank you for, on behalf of this board and our staff, for you doing what you do for the county. I don't know if that's something maybe we could put on the next agenda and discuss further, but I feel like that it definitely needs to be discussed, and I feel like it's something that we need to do to recognize those folks. And then another one is, I'm sure all the rest of the commissioners have gotten emails about the Head Start program. Yes. We need to figure that out. I know I need to actually call the individuals that's emailed me. I did not do that yet. Yes. I don't know if anybody else has made contact with them.
So I talked to Mr. David and Miss Michaelyn Watts a couple of times in the last couple of days, and I let them know. I've also reached out through Mr. Morone to be talking to some of the people that are in charge, per se. That's why I know to put it, because not just one person, it's people. With Capital Action Agency. And so we're going to try to meet with them sometime in this next week to hash out what it's going to take to keep Head Start in Franklin County. So, yeah, it's a different kind of thing going on, but I want to make sure we know what we're actually discussing before we get off completely headlong into it. But so also trying to confirm with Capital Action when I'm able to meet with them and talk to them on behalf of this board and the county, what their actual goals are, what are they trying to pull out of the county completely? I mean, what does that look like? So, because if they're not going to be here at all, then can somebody else do Head Start? You know what I mean? How's that going to work out? So it's just a conversation we need to have with them. I wish we would have known before they started making board decisions that they were going to drop it, though. That's something
that's not right.
Nice to have known ahead of time. I mean, because of course you're going to have residents that are concerned about that. I mean, and rightfully so. So the part that Mr. and Miss Watts play in it is they're the ones that started Bring Me a Book Franklin. I was, and interestingly enough, Mr. Morone was until he bailed out. One of the original members on their board when they were trying to put that together for early childhood development, and how important it is, even as young as 3 years old, for children to be able to have space and opportunity to be involved in some kind of education and some kind of development, because it is important at that age level. So once we know more, then we can bring it back to this board and see what they were asking originally was for us to write some kind of letter to them, but I asked them to give us space to actually have a discussion with them instead of just writing a letter.
Yeah, because we don't know what to write the letter about.
No, exactly. Yeah. So we don't know what questions they want answered. They don't know what questions we have. So, yeah.
And Commissioner Kroom, you did send me. Commissioner Kroom has also been sending me emails wanting to get this straightened out. So I was able to get Darrell to contact Chairman Jones. I'm hoping he does today, and we'll go from there in case we need to talk to the executive director. It's no longer Tim Center, someone else, and if not, I think they have a board.
Nina Self, yes. They also have a board.
Because we try and reach out to the chairman of the board if needed. But that's where we are with that.
Okay, thanks.
I got one thing, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Michael.
Sir.
How we can, I guess, rectify this? So, late ads. Is there one or two options there that popped in my head? Can we have we don't have them a bunch, but can we have either a late ad section or a notification of late ad? Somehow I missed that late ad this morning.
And
that's me going through. I go through that agenda countless times.
Yeah.
I didn't go through it like I normally do first thing when I wake up.
Yeah.
But
I
somehow I
apologize.
missed that.
Yes, and usually my intent is if they're late ads, I will, when I send, I'll resend the link to you and I'll say, Commissioners, please pay attention. I've added X, Y, Z, and then I
Okay.
put on the agenda late ad.
You did.
There was I'll be honest, there was a confusion yesterday. I was trying to get the sheriff's request. I had like 2 or 3 different things late yesterday afternoon trying to get on it, and it slipped.
Okay.
When I sent you the link last night, or yesterday evening, it slipped me to put, hey, Commissioners, pay attention, there are late ads on the agenda. So that's on me.
Yeah.
But yes,
got
sir.
you.
And I
Okay.
also do it on the agenda so that the public sees, okay, here's a late ad, I need to pay attention to that
Right.
also, because the chairman is going to call for public comment. So yes,
Yeah.
that one's on me, sir, I'm sorry.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's on me too, because I know that the Delane Circle was a late ad, but that came about yesterday, literally afternoon, and it was time sensitive.
It was?
Like, I had to get it on the agenda, because I couldn't, and even Attorney Schuler's like, sorry we messed up your birthday yesterday. It was Attorney Schuler's birthday yesterday, so I messed his birthday up, because I'm like, we gotta get this on the agenda for tomorrow to vote on it, because I don't want to wait another 2 weeks. So that was my fault too, so.
Commissioner, you did not mess up my birthday.
Yeah.
I still
Well, it's
got
just-
plenty of grandbaby time yesterday.
That's good,
And I understand things happen, but, you know,
yeah.
I actually go through
Yeah.
and
Me too.
look each time to
Yeah.
make sure, you know.
I'm the same way, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
You know, I do miss things myself sometimes, but.
That was it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, anything else for Mr. Morone? I think we about covered it all, Attorney Schuler, so you should have a breeze. You're up next.
You gonna talk like Alan Pierce?
Mr. Chairman, could you take item number 1?
If you need me to, sir. But we might have to talk about some zeros with a real number in front of it, but go ahead.
Yeah. I do have 2 off-agenda items. If we're talking about a different number of counties, I would just select the number 42 instead of 29 or 67. Just 42 sounds like a good number.
That sounds like they did it.
That's too
It's
many
extra
according to the
life,
legislature.
universe, and everything, the number 42. And then, as far as an alternative meeting date or location, I would propose the Chapman Auditorium. It's been a long time since I started my day with the prayer pledge and singing God Bless America in the Chapman Auditorium.
Is that available
They have
space?
chairs, they have,
What you talking about, Willis?
yeah. I'm talking about the Chapman Auditorium.
Talk about acoustics.
You should have mentioned that about 30 minutes ago, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Well, it was already on the report before I knew about it. But as far as action item, I have 2. We'll do the easiest one first, only because it's easier, because it's brief. The draft moratorium ordinance that for data centers and large load centers that we had discussed at the last meeting, just bringing it back to the board to see if y'all had any additional or further comments. To me, if so, I need to know them today, because I have to get the final draft version on record with the clerk's office by end of the day today. She presently has in the notice of intent book the advertisement and the current draft of the ordinance. There are 2 changes to the draft ordinance in the clerk's possession that are different from the one that's attached to my report. One is on the effective date. The original draft said July 1st because that was the intention. It's now been changed to have the standard language that the ordinance will take effect as provided by law, which is a 2-step process. If the board approves it, that's step number 1. Step number 2 is the clerk's office then files the adopted ordinance with the Secretary of State, and it's effective upon filing with the state. And then I added in a codification section after consultation with your county planner, Ms. Bree Robinson. So it will be codified in Chapter 14 under Planning and Land Development. So any further comments or changes from the board on that? If not, I will move to item number 1, which is...
I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
So does this give us everything we need to have that 1-year moratorium while we're working toward what we're looking at?
If the board approves the draft ordinance as I've described it to you, then yes, sir, that will give you a 1-year period.
Okay.
And there actually is a follow-up on Commissioner Croom's comment about the earlier draft ordinance. There is a hardship provision embedded in the moratorium, just like there is in the draft of the code enforcement ordinance. Okay. You ready for me to move forward, Mr. Chairman?
I think so.
Do we need to vote on that one, or
Okay.
no?
Currently, Franklin County has a 3-penny tourist development tax.
That's your question.
Yes, sir.
Do we actually need to vote on item 2?
No, sir, not yet. No, this was, if y'all had any changes and give me
Okay.
direction, your actual vote will come at the public hearing on July
Okay.
15th.
That's cool. It just said board action
That's
request,
why
that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
Well,
She-
the action could have been if y'all wanted
Okay.
to
Yeah, I got you.
change anything, add or subtract or correct.
Okay.
But the tourist development, may I proceed with item number 1, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Okay. Item number 1 is a proposed increase of the tourist development tax from its present 3% to a total of 5% via 2 referendums. The tourist development tax appears in Chapter 125 of Florida statutes in Section .0104. Paragraph 3 has a number of provisions for the different tourist development taxes that are available. In 2005, the county adopted a, subject to referendum, an ordinance approving a 2%, or what we refer to as a 2-penny tourist development tax. That was under subparagraph C. That was approved by the board by ordinance. That ordinance was subject to approval by referendum. The referendum was successful. Fast forward to 2021, there was a 3% or a 3rd penny available under subparagraph D, which the board adopted by ordinance, and that is how you ended up with a 3% tourist development tax. There are 2 additional pennies that are available to the board under subparagraph L. There's an additional, up to 1%, which is referred to commonly as the 4th penny. And then under subparagraph N, there is a 5th penny that is available to the county. That those 4th and 5th pennies would require the board, if you move forward, to do a few procedural matters. One is you would have to place this question on the ballot at a general election as a referendum question. I believe there will have to be 2 questions asked because the 5th penny has language that says essentially that the 4th penny is available. The 5th penny is available once you have imposed the 4th penny. So there, to me, that means it's sequential. There, you can't have a 5th penny until you have the 4th penny based on the statutory language. Fortunately, there's, unlike the 3rd penny, which had a 3-year waiting period, the legislature did not state a minimum waiting period for the 5th penny. So I think that you can have both referendum questions on the same general election. However, the ordinances, if they are both approved at referendum, the effective date for the 4th penny by statute would be the 1st day of the 2nd month following the referendum. And then the 5th penny, because at that point you would have imposed the 4th penny, and then the 5th penny ordinance would go into effect on the 1st day of the following month, which would be February the 1st, both January the 1st and February the 1st being in the year 2027. The other procedural things that you will need to do is authorize me to schedule a public hearing on the conditional ordinance for those 2 pennies. Also, I have prepared for you a resolution which has draft ballot language for the 4th and 5th penny and directions and instructions to your supervisor of elections to conduct the referendum. The other question I had for the board is, do you want to send these drafts to the TDC board for their review and comment back to you before you make a final decision?
Do we have time to do that?
This is July 1st. I have not talked to the supervisor of elections yet to find out how much time she will need to, in order to get these questions on the ballot, but I will certainly do so after today's meeting.
Okay.
And if you don't have time, then you can always make the direction to the supervisor of elections and still ask the TDC if that's the board's wishes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm okay with this. The only, I mean, I would like for it to go back to the TDC Board for review because I know they may have recommendations that we may not be aware of, but I don't want to delay it. The biggest problem and issue that I see when I'm at the polls is it's confusing. Some of the language is confusing. Can it not be all lawyery? Can we like make it simple? Does it have to go on the ballot? No offense. But it's like you got all these things in one word, and somebody mentioned it, Royce mentioned it before the meeting, and he makes a good point. Or any kind of language. Basically, we need to let these people, our community know, people that are voting on this, that it doesn't affect them. It doesn't affect them one bit. It's not a tax that they're paying. It's a tax that if you rent a hotel room or you rent an Airbnb, if you rent a house on the island, that's what this money is being derived from, these funds. That's what this is for, the vote is for that tax. Is there specific language per statute that has to be on the ballot? Can we not make it how we want it worded?
Well, bringing it back to the board for your review is part of that process where y'all tell me, add this, delete that, correct this other thing. There are word limitations. For example, let me get to one of my draft ballots. For example, the ballot title, there's a word limitation. I believe it's 15, and I think I counted right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think it's 15, maybe 20 for the ballot title. There's a limitation of words for the ballot summary. If the board has changes you want me to make to these draft ballots, then let me know and I can make the amendments and bring it back. But I tried to make it just as short and sweet as possible, and so that people knew that they would be voting for a fourth penny and then also for a fifth penny. But that's part of the purpose of today's meeting. So if Mike's going to start quoting TV shows, I will too. Which one was it? Lay It On Me? Yeah, there you go.
So I do have one question about that then, in addition to what the commissioner is raising. So when you're talking about being on the ballot, are there going to be independent questions on the ballot? Because
Yes.
like on page 11, it says for, against, for, against. I really hope that's not on the ballot that way. Because that's going to be confusing.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't have a numbered version. I'm going to have to count.
Page
Is that
11.
for the fourth penny or the fifth penny that you're looking at? Probably the fifth.
It's underneath where it says it's the ordinance levying the
Fourth
1
penny.
cent. It's for the fifth penny, I
Fifth
guess. Page 11.
They
which
all
one it is.
say for or against. The fourth penny one says for or against
Yeah,
as
but
well.
this one in particular, it says draft fifth penny at the top of the page. But the ballot question has for twice and against twice. So what I'm saying is I'm hoping there's going to be a question on the ballot, are you for the 4th cent, yes or no? Are you for a 5th cent, yes, you know what I mean?
Oh, that's a cut and paste error. No,
Okay.
It will just
All
say for or against,
Okay.
not twice.
Okay. Yeah, because
Or
I
we
was
could do
like,
like Russell Crofton, vote often for Crofton, but.
that was the slogan at that time, but, so I will say this too, though, and not trying to be different than Commissioner Ward, it doesn't affect our residents in the fact they're not paying the tax, but it absolutely will affect our residents if we're able to institute this tax on top of what we already have, because now that the language has been amended statutorily, we're continuing to be able to do things that add to the quality of life and help our residents. Like this stormwater project we're finishing on the island, the last almost $750,000 worth of paving that was done was paid for with TDC funds to make it a complete project that would not have been done had the statute not been amended and this tourist development dollars were not available. So,
Yeah, the county does have limitations on the information that we can provide on referendum and ballot questions.
Yep.
I believe I sent, and if I have not, I will, there's a white paper that was developed, basically guidelines developed by one of the attorneys on the County Attorney Association about what counties can and can't do. And so I can send that to you. But I think the general rule of thumb is accurate, which is we can provide information and facts, but not advocate as a county.
Kind of tagging on what Commissioner Ward and Commissioner, or Mr. Chair was just talking about, it's kind of like educating, it's kind of us, we need to educate the voters on, who paid the tax, what the tax is for, what it can be legally for, so they know actually what, they're not paying the taxes. Our voters.
In the title, can we just in parentheses put tourist tax? Is there enough room in there for that? I mean, that would kind of simplify it.
Mr. Chairman, I agree, and like you said, Commissioner Croom, I think if they see the word tax,
Mhm.
they're just immediately gonna tunnel vision and say, no, I don't want it. But they don't know, like you said, we need to educate them, but they can, educate themselves hopefully and make their own informed decision, but yeah, I think the biggest thing is make them realize, and you're right, Chairman, I mean, and we were discussing this before the meeting, this is money that we're using for our parks, for our infrastructure, paid for by tourists, and I have a lot of people complain to me, well, you are just giving everything to the tourists, or you're doing that for the tourists, and well, and complaining about the tourists, but let's face it, tourists do provide a lot for this county. The park that we're gonna be enjoying tonight was paid for by tourist development dollars. So, and that's the part that we can enjoy year round.
Yes.
They come and go, we get to stay and enjoy it year round, as in addition to all these other parks.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I want to emphasize too. But yeah, we can educate the public all day long. I don't know. But I want the ballot language to me is crazy because we were talking, I look at it and I'll read it on my ballot and I'll think it means one way, but then I'll go to a website where it kind of gives it non-lawyer terms and gives you basically the gist of what it really is. I'll go back and change my opinion on it because I'm like, well, I read it right. I go back and reread it and I read it wrong because I'm like, well, no, that's not what I want. So it's confusing.
So, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
For example, I'm looking at the resolution, I picked the fifth penny just arbitrarily. I'm looking at the ballot title. Shall Franklin County's tourist development tax be increased by 1% such that the total tourist tax shall be 5%? Is there some language that y'all want to add or detract from that or correct?
See, that's kind of why it would be nice to send it back to TDC because they're the experts on the matter.
I'm not doing private stuff while we're talking. I'm actually texting the supervisor of elections to see if she's available for a quick conference.
So it does have to be whatever's legal to put on there, you know what I mean? It is what it is, so. It's worked before, we already have a TDC tax and the voters voted for it, so, I mean, I just want to make sure that there are going to be two distinct questions was my only real concern.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, may I just walk over, I mean, her doors.
Yeah, let's take a recess and you can do that.
I can ask.
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Attorney Schuler, was you able to get us an answer with this timeline?
Yes, sir. I was able to speak with the Supervisor of Elections, Ms. Heather Riley, and she has told me that the latest date for her to receive the final version of the ballot language is September the 1st, preferably earlier. So,
Okay, so we're
so
in-
my recommendation to the board, based on the board's commentary, is let's send these drafts, after I correct some of the typos, with the multiple votes, to them for their response and a recommendation back to the board at the
Okay.
next meeting.
All right.
Actually, does the TDC meet before July 15th?
We do not meet in July at all.
I think it's, hey.
Oh, my.
Not
You can
normally.
have a special meeting, can't you?
Yeah, we can call a special
I was
meeting,
gonna
but we
say-
normally don't meet in July at all.
Yeah, and I know the supervisor will do everything she can to work with the board, but she did stress the sooner the better, but no later than
Yes.
so. To honor her request, I would say schedule a special meeting, but that's entirely
So
up to the chairman of the.
we could do that, and that would be actually held before our next meeting. It'd be in between. It wouldn't be tomorrow, or it would be a week from today is when it would be.
Okay.
So we can most certainly do that. That's not a problem.
I will email you and Mr. Solomon the documents,
Okay.
you know, later today or tomorrow. Anyway, by the end of this week.
After you get them corrected.
Yes, after I get out my ready pen. That concludes my report, unless the board has any questions for me.
All right.
I've got one thing. And when I start, y'all join in on me.
Okay.
Happy birthday to
you. Happy birthday to you.
Oh,
Happy birthday, dear Michael. Happy birthday.
Wait, honest, I can't hear you.
I don't sing.
You don't sing.
I'm not a singer.
Thank you, I appreciate it, thank you very much.
Sorry, I forgot it.
I will make sure never to mention that day again in the future.
No, you should say, just in confidence.
29 and whole.
He's having anniversaries. not
I'm younger
birthdays.
than you, Mr. Royce Frosty.
So, before we leave Attorney Schuler's report, do y'all have anything additional for Attorney Schuler? Any questions or any discussion items? Commissioners? All right, we're now to commissioner comments. We made several of those today, but if there are any you have left, now's the time to make them.
Mr. Chairman, I did forget one, sorry.
Yes.
So another one of our classes at FACT was about cybersecurity. And I know we've discussed about cybersecurity before. I mean, I think you, Mr. Chairman, correct me if I'm wrong, couldn't even get to your own iPad at one time. So basically, in a nutshell, there is cyber insurance, which I don't know if you're aware, we do have with FACT. So in case something happens, we have an insurance policy that protects us if we ever get cyber attacked. But there's also, and I'm going to reach out to Denise Vogelsang with FACT, because I'd like for us to have a tabletop exercise. She can come into the county and we can do a class on cybersecurity. She prefers we can extend it to the other counties, which we may be consolidated one day anyway. But get a place like either the Armory or Holy Family where we can all gather and do these tabletop exercises, because I feel like it would be very important to our staff to be able to have this class. I'm gonna reach out to her. I wanted to bring it up to the board today, but do we have an incident reporting system if we do get cyber attacked? Do we have an AI policy? So these are all valid questions that we, with cyber attacks becoming more and more and hacking becoming more and more prevalent, I feel like we need to have this stuff in line and in place in case something does happen. We have stuff to back ourselves up.
Yes.
Rather sooner than later.
Yes, a couple of things. So first, actually, if you guys may not remember, when Commissioner Kroom first reached out to Denise, that was one of the classes on the list that he wants to accomplish. So that cybersecurity tabletop, we're just pushing some of the others ahead of it. Secondly, that is what, and we're going to have to get a formal contract from Eagle Tree, because we're operating under an emergency contract, because one constitutional officer got hacked, and that messed up our entire system. So they were fixing that, but their goal is to get us additional insurance, like through Microsoft, not just what we have with FACT. But we have to have these classes and these exercises.
Right.
So we're hitting there. It's taking a little bit longer because there were more things in the background that were wrong that they didn't realize when we first started this, but we'll just have a contract and it'd be part of it. So yes, we're working towards that. So it'll be Denise, it'll be Eagle Tree, we're all on the same page,
Okay.
moving there, yes.
Thank you. That's it.
Any other commissioner comments? Well, happy 4th of July, everyone.
Yeah.
250 years.
Be safe, everybody.
Yep. Stay safe and
Let's
enjoy
remind
yourself.
everybody though,
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
remind everybody, East Point tonight, Carabel tomorrow night, Appalachia Friday night, and St. George Island Saturday.
Yes.
So,
4 days.
yep.
And Sunday's the Lord's Day to rest. No, I'm just
It'll work out good this year. Happy 4th,
Good luck to
everybody.
the boys on Saturday.
That's right. Thank you.
Friday.
Meeting adjourned.